by filth. Pop a couple heads, all I see is stars. I'm sick, so high on the score, but I don't think that I could see you. Needler on me, there's nowhere that you could even run to. Camo about to spawn, I just wanna disappear. Stat line looking crazy, I feel like I'm a slayer. Best player, my team is where I know you don't care, I'll just be everywhere. Rotate forever, don't say I never. Kill their whole team over shield, couple rockets, pop a couple heads, all I see is stars. I'm sick, they think that I'm a demon, yeah, I heard that they've been praying. All my downfall tell by the way that they playing. Nades off the wall, cluster luck like picking up some change. Hit my jumps, I never miss, I always take the shy way. Wrap around the corner, feel like I'm about to fly away. Laughing to myself because I haven't even died this game. So high on the score, but I don't think that I could see you. Needler on me, there's nowhere that you could even run to. Camo about to spawn, I just wanna disappear. Stat line looking crazy, I feel like I'm a slayer. Best player, my team is where I know you don't care, I'll just be everywhere. Rotate forever, don't say I never. Best player, my team is where I know you don't care, I'll just be everywhere. Rotate forever, don't say I never. Kill the whole team over shield, couple rockets, pop a couple Run up feeling dirty, dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Dropping with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party. Yeah, we all in, all in. Yeah, we mobbing down the hill and they falling, they falling. I'm looting up they squad, yeah, they balling, I'm balling. I told you we would get it, yeah, I called it, I called it. We keep on queuing up, we just can't get enough. These wins are stacking up, my ops like a lake, yeah, they spotted up. We know when to run, we know when to fry. We turning, we burning, we leaving the house to die. Run up feeling dirty, dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Dropping with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party. Golden light bag, leave your body in a bag. Was a 3-1, but it was a 1v3, bet you mad. Rolling round a circle like a private lobby. They gon' need a third, fourth, fifth party if they wanna stop me. Call me the meta man, they copy when they
Good
can.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Series E Guilty Gear Strive. It's Razor Week here at Series E, and excited to get back into the Guilty Gear action here tonight. We got 16 players coming out to compete. There's some prize money on the line as well as points for our Series E Pros. So thanks so much for coming to hang out with us. Do want to let you folks know, of course, maybe if you're new to Series E and what we do here at Esports Arena, just how things work. Okay, Series E is a professional esports open circuit across multiple different titles. That's Apex Legends, Guilty Gear Strive, and Halo Infinite, and anybody can join and compete. The best of the best that compete in our open qualifiers make it into Series E. And what that means for them is they sign a contract, they get drafted by one of our partner brands, they get a monthly salary, and they get the opportunity to compete weekly for points and prize money. In Guilty Gear Strive, it's every Wednesday night in the Level Up Live WNF open bracket, and then every Thursday, it's this 16-player invitational only bracket, and it's a lot of fun. So if you and your friends want to get in on the action, make sure to head over to matcherino.com/ESA to sign up, or if you need more info, esportsarena.com has you covered. Now, as we get ready for tonight's action, I'm looking forward to what should be another exciting bracket. Of course, last week we saw Shine taking the win, his first victory in the Thursday Night Invitational bracket, and the third Series E Pro to do so, following up now Razzo and Idiosyncrasy, who have been able to do the same. Of course, the competition's still going to be stiff here tonight. Shine took down Hotashi last week. Hotashi's back once again looking to claim his throne. He has been, by and large, the best player in these Thursday night brackets throughout this season, has 2 wins under his belt, finished second place last week, and will probably looking to hunt down that top spot once again. But I'm looking forward to seeing all of the fun here tonight, all of these players competing, and it's great to see some old faces coming back that you'll get to see in the bracket here, and seeing if we can get some progression from some of the Series E pros that have had some ups and downs as of late. Of course, Jonathan Tenay has not been able to win grand finals, though has been consistently getting there. Don has had some standout performances, but not has
Hello, everybody. Welcome to, once again, another week of the Series E Guilty Gear Strive event. My name is James Chen, and I'm once again joined by Charles, a.k.a. Charlie. How you doing?
Good, good. Just another week here at Series E for Guilty Gear. This week is Razor Week, so shouts to Razor for supporting the FGC this Series E. It's a very big deal for just the FGC in general, and of course specifically for the Strive scene. Really, just getting these players sponsored, getting them out to tournaments, right? And Razor being a really big part of that.
Oh yeah, they've had their fingers in the FGC pie this whole entire time. They've been supporting forever, sponsoring tons of fighting game players. I think like Cien is still part of Team Razor. They're making joysticks and products and all sorts of awesome things. So definitely check out a lot of their cool gadgets that you can use for your gaming enjoyment. Like I said, shout outs to Razor for always being a great sponsor in the FGC. But we've got a lot of other good sponsors. I'm sure they're going to want to try to knock out the Razor player Don here this week. But yeah, we have a ton of amazing players as you can see right now. Again, Shine, Tane, Razzo, Idiosyncrasy, Dawn, and Solstice are our Series E partnered players. You see all the other guys over here, of course, Hotashi, Flash, Adventure, a lot of the people that we've seen, Mira week after week after week, a few people who have just showed up. And interesting enough, one of the players is House of Bacon, but I'm just wondering if, we can try to go a little more Australian here this week and have a House of Bacon, right? I mean, let's get some Bacon play over here today.
We did have some Bacon play last week, actually. Yeah, Diaphone came through and actually got to winners semis with the Baiken.
Nice.
And almost got into winners finals, but last week Shine hit Diaphone with the reverse 3-0. It was looking crazy. It was looking crazy. Yeah, Diaphone was out here trying to farm that YouTube clout on the Baiken, but sadly not here this week. But yeah, Baiken was looking pretty solid. Obviously, still pretty early in the meta. The character's very young, still finding out all the setups, optimizing all the tether shenanigans you can do on both ends, right? So in my opinion, a very interesting character. Love what they did to bring her into this new version of Guilty Gear.
Yeah. And of course, the rules are as expected, as always. Double elimination. If you've watched a fighting game tournament, you understand how the double elimination bracket works. Default settings, but everything will be 3 out of 5 all the way through top 8. And again, the winner has to keep the character, but the loser can try a counter pick if they want to. Again, there are no new characters less than a week old this week or last week, so everybody's allowed here, and they are all playing. Not only the Series E sponsored players are playing to try to keep their sponsor for this week, but every player in this bracket is playing for the $500 pot here. First place gets a good portion of that, 3/5 of that, $300, but not too shabby. $150 and $50 for second and third place this week as well.
And of course, all this competition will be going on from the comfort of all the players' own home for the most part. So that's the best part about Series E here. And of course, the netcode that Guilty Gear Strive provides. Being able to really just grind at this top level. So many tournaments happen throughout every week, right? Even like Yipes has his weekly. Like there's so many different weeklies going on throughout the week. It's fantastic if you're a spectator. There's a lot of Guilty Gear to watch, and of course, fantastic if you're a player because the grind never ends, right?
Yeah, shout outs to Rollback Netcode. I mean, we just got a brand new game released here, KOF 15 with Rollback Netcode. Yeah. I've definitely heard very positive things about the netcode so far. We are in the Rollback Netcode revolution.
Yes, it's finally here. Even though we've known about Rollback for so long, but it's what? Better late than never, right, James? Better late than never.
For sure. And you know what? Look, as obviously we've been in this pandemic, we've been locked down for the last 2 years. And, if you do want to find a silver lining out of everything, it was an emphasis, and it really showed a lot of the developers why netcode was so important. We had games come out without the rollback, and they kind of fell off a little bit, and then Strive came out and just absolutely dominated the FGC scene. And you can see it by the level of play that we see week after week after week here, starting with Hotashi going up against Days, and already starting off with a wall splat and a wall break at 87 seconds.
Yeah, this is interesting. We have not seen Giovanna for quite some time here at Series E. So Days coming through with the Geo. Okay, here's the super from Hotashi. It is going to hit the tip here. Not going to be able to connect into the far side, but does get that burst. Hotashi not coming in there.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's weird. I don't even know if it's just, at Series E, but I just feel like in general, Giovanna's a character that's kind of dropped off. And it's strange because, I don't think she's weak by any stretch. It seems like I don't know,
Not
maybe
too popular, yeah.
too many Nagos and the range is a problem or something. I don't know.
It's really interesting because there's actually a bunch of Geo representation in the top 8 of the Arc Revo for Japan. So it could just be a regional thing as well. Maybe America more leaning towards, ooh man, and yet you got caught mashing there. Hotashi with the super to get in between the gap there, and that is indeed enough. Hotashi going to take game number 1 pretty convincingly.
That is something that Hotashi likes to go for. He knows where a lot of the block strings are not true block strings, and he will super in the middle of your offense a lot. A lot. And, you know, I think it's kind of, I mean, obviously it's a big risk. If it's blocked and he doesn't have enough meter to RC it, he's going to die. But, you know, I feel like just doing that every once. Sometimes he does it right away, like he did just now against Days. Sometimes he saves it for the very, very end, so that he can kind of almost guarantee finish the game off if he's about like 1/3 life left on the opponent. But it's just one of those things that, you know, you're just going to have to be aware of when you fight against a player like Hotashi.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Giovanna, just a character that really relies off the mobility, the dash, obviously. You got the ice skates on when you're dashing in with Giovanna, but maybe it can just be a little troublesome dealing with some of the disjoint and the range that Hotashi is going to be able to bring on the table with the Naga, right? That 2S, you know, or just 5H going to cover a lot of that grounded area. So, yeah, I'm not too sure why Giovanna doesn't feel too popular here in the States, but yeah, I mean, it could just be a meta thing, right?
Yeah, it's just the classic Hotashi 2S, 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 2S.
Sometimes you got to stack it up. Stack it. When a move, you know, a move's really good when you just see it in succession in neutral. That's how you know.
And that's the thing, you know, I mean, we were talking about supering through block strings and stuff like that. It's just, that's kind of, like I said, Hotashi's MO. He's really good at kind of showing what he wants to do intentionally to get the opponent to think about it. So a lot of times you'll see him do that 2S, 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 because it's not that he's trying to interrupt or hit anything. It's kind of like, I don't want to call it posturing, because he obviously shows exactly what he's capable of. But if he gets the opponent thinking about the 2S, then he knows he can, that opens up other avenues for himself.
Into the super, this should be a wall break here for Days. Not going to be quite enough damage. Obviously, Nago, high amount of guts, high amount of health, but this should be it. Wow, not even going for the low, just going for the drill there. And the drill is really nice because you're usually plus on block.
Yeah, and I think that might have been chip damage for the win there. But again, Hotashi now has the quarter position. Giovanna already down over half life in 10 seconds, almost dead in 12.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
So he started the round with 6P and then started the transition with 6P. Something Days is going to have to be careful of and see. As soon as he showed that 6P hand, what did he do at the beginning of that round? Immediately command dash in and go for the throw.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. He's so good at showing and getting the opponent thinking about certain things and then taking advantage of that.
The back bash to dodge the grab there with the wall splat. Not going to be quite enough, but all this positive meter here and get the Oki, and that low is going to seal it out. All right, Days firing back here.
Yeah, that was important right there. That's another Hotashi special, that he's really good at walking up and frame trapping you because he can scare his opponents from hitting buttons. But Days, no, not Days, not confused. He's right in there and hitting buttons. So that's something that Hotashi's got to have to keep in mind now, that Days might be reactive to hitting buttons, so he might go for earlier frame traps of some sort.
Yeah, of course. And you know, that Giovanna close slash, like most close slashes, really good on block, right? And Gio as well has the 2S to open you up low as well. So ooh, the shimmy, my goodness, the movement from Days and cashing out with the dust here on the wall break.
Oh, and there we go, trade at the start, attacking with what we've lovingly called in the EU the Mago right there from Giovanna. She's got that 2D and it's so good, so we call it the 2D god. It's the Mago.
All right, you're using the full stick of butter. You're gonna go for the super RC. There's the air throw, the 6H. Oh my goodness, so much damage here in the burst.
Good burst, last second. See how he just walks up and tries to frame drop you, but look at this, walking back ever so slightly right outside of the throw range of Nagoriyuki and getting that hit. Days has the lead.
And Guilty Gear, the grabs are quick, but the range is bad. General rule of thumb. So, really, I will say it's pretty much impossible to like tech grab on reaction because it's just frame 2 is like really quick. But you know, the range isn't that great. So that is where you really want to abuse like just your positioning. And ooh, the wall break here. I don't know if the super's enough.
Yeah, I know, because Nago. Yeah, look at that guts. Nago with the ridiculous gut. Oh, what? You just hit slash? Ooh. Don't care that you're coming and air dashing in there. Oh, but again, see, again, Day's not letting him walk up. He's hitting buttons. And this is something that Hotashi has to realize, that Days is not scared to hit these buttons. Okay, okay.
Yeah, how many times have we seen Days like just end the round with that 2S, right? It's just so 2S or 2K. Nonetheless, I mean, both of them just really quick lows that you know, Gio's going to have options to open you up. And now Days up 2-1. Hotashi last week was in grand finals versus Shine. So we'll see. And I mean, this definitely wouldn't be the first time, you know, the top seed or the top 1 or 2 seed it goes into losers bracket round 1 just because of how stacked this tournament is. And again, shout outs to Days bringing the Gio. This is a character that we have not seen in quite some time. Loving the Giovanna.
And remember too, very early on after Strive's release, one of the big first like hype matches was Hotashi going up against Marn. Those two fought each other in 2 grand finals in the same day, and then had the big the first to 10 set or first to 15 or something that they played on Yipes' channel. Marn, of course, Giovanna player. Oh, he should be able to kill off of this if he can just stack it out. Yeah, there we go. The blood burst coming back to bite Hotashi. Oh boy. Here we go. Match point now for Days to send Hotashi into the losers bracket in round number 1.
And already Days starting things off really strong here. No burst available for Hotashi. Gonna get the Oki off this wall break here. And oh man, Days, you can't start a match better than this.
Oh, I'll say, and that might... Okay, not quite enough to do it. Uh-oh. We know what... Yeah, see right there, he just went for the Gatling instead of walking up. He did the wake up super! Oh, no! He did it. Again, this is not me talking trash at anybody. This is me and my friend. We always called it wussing out, right? He wussed out. Wake up super, WUS, right? So there you go.
Sometimes you gotta hit him with it. Sometimes you just gotta hit him with it.
You just gotta do it. And yeah, that was a really smart play by Days, because Hotashi knew that he needed the big comeback. So what he's gonna do is going to try to take advantage of that pressure situation. You see this a lot from players when it's time for the comeback. You know, when us commentators go, oh man, here we go, not like this. You know, they get so aggressive in a lot of those situations, and it's just a natural human thing to do. And so wake up supers a lot of times will land in those situations very, very often because people get so aggressive. So nicely done to Days, and he is going to move on the winner's side over Hotashi.
Yeah, huge deal here. Hotashi, again, like we said, has won multiple of these Series E tournaments. I believe Hotashi has 2 under his belt, and has also made it to Grands in a bunch as well. Last week, in fact, was in Grands. So, and also Evo champion, yada yada. You know, he's got a resume. All right, we get it. We get
yada yada.
you know.
He's okay. He did all right, I guess. So.
Frosty Fausti's champion as well, right? So Hotashi has been one of the mainstays in terms of names for the Guilty Gear Strive scene, and really, I mean, I want to say is the forefront of the development of the Nago meta as well. You know, on release, you know, Nago, at least on the base game release, you know, everyone didn't think Nago was that great. So Hotashi, you know, stuck with it and really just showed everyone what the character can do, and you know, everyone else kind of like followed suit.
Yeah, everybody was like, what happened to my beta 1 Nago? I could go ham and not build up blood. He's terrible now. And I still remember thinking to myself when Hotashi was like, I'm going to go with Nago. I was like, man, why would he pick Nago? I don't think Nago's very good. And then, you know, I mean, that's why Hotashi is Hotashi, right? But speaking of, adventure is adventure. Let's put it that way. We all know adventure. Definitely become a fan favorite. Frosty Faustings had his great match against Flash that went down to the very end. And even though adventure lost, he told me that even he was hyped for that match because it was just such a good match. He was like, I may have lost, but it was one of the greatest matches I've ever played. So how could I not be hyped?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was really great to see Adventure, just going out to Frosty Fausting, representing SoCal as well, and just representing this character, right, Jacko? We do not see a lot of Jacko play, and Adventure feels like kind of on that forefront. And of course, at least for the NA side, right, there's a number of great Jackos across the world. One thing you got to watch out for is obviously the minions, and that sweep is so powerful for Jacko. That 2 dusk, you see her crouching like that, pushing forward, right? Just has so much range, but no, nothing on the wall break there.
So maybe I should change it now to Jacko's 2D as the Mago right now, the 2D god, because yeah, that move is actually kind of busted. But look at this, the lockdown, yeah, and that's just the thing is, when you watch this, it's like, how is this character fair? And there's definitely, you could think that because once she gets started, it's just so hard to survive against it. But Mira did take round number 1, and so she showed you that the whole key is just don't let Jacko get started. Minions go away if Jacko gets hit or blocks anything, and so it's really important to keep that pressure going. Here we go. Speaking of, Mira going in there with the PRC, gets the shimmy. Ooh.
Yeah, that should be enough off the OTG. That move does quite a bit of damage, just slamming the gunblade down. You got to do it though.
What?
And yeah, I mean, Mira last week also had a fantastic performance, I believe, getting top 4. So she's been killing it on the Soul. Obviously, Soul, another just great character throughout Guilty Gear's history. When you're the pro tag, you got that pro tag armor.
Yeah, and she also did, she had a great losers run bracket 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. She's definitely a player who keeps getting stronger and stronger here at Series E. So I would love to see Mira break into the top 3, maybe even grand finals, or just flat out take one of these tournaments.
You see how important it is to really stave off the minion setup, minion pressure. Mira opting to use the burst almost immediately once the minion got set up by her. Oh, and yeah, get that 2D out of my face. Okay, ooh, the PRC back.
And also, if you're not familiar with Guilty Gear so much, you can see that little extra yellow meter at the bottom of the screen on Adventure's side with the little happy face there. That is your minion meter, so while the minions feel really cheap, you can't throw them until, you can't call out a minion until it actually gets 1 bar full. So Adventure is actually watching that meter the entire time, and so is Mira actually, and that's kind of one of the things about being a good Jacko player, is being able to manage that meter and keep the offense going so that you can keep calling minions.
Absolutely, yeah. Very similar in a sense of resource management to characters like Happy Chaos, like Zato, right? There's just some extra resource that you have to manage, and most zoners are going to have something like that. But Mira, no extra meter needed for Soul. Just get on in and do your damage.
Exactly. Just punch people in the face with Soul.
There you go.
Oh man, get some Fafners in people's faces, or just Far S, dude. The Far S, the button that has been plaguing us since the game's release.
Yeah, Far S, and definitely that 5K always making dreams come true.
And look at this now, Adventure trying to tie this up, has 1 minion out, and okay, uses the super to, actually I think he goes for the minion armor, but might not even really need to use much of it at all. Goes for the super, gonna finish it and tie it up 1-1.
Okay, yep, there we go. Adventure gonna go ahead and take that game. And yeah, having so much meter as well, right? Adventure coming into that last stretch, and that's the one nice thing about Guilty Gear in general. Always tries to reward that offensive play, right? Even getting things like negative bonus if you go back too much. Now, some characters, their design is more geared towards that, so they don't take the negative bonus as early. But yeah, just in general, it's always a game that promotes pressure, promotes going forward, right?
Yeah, I mean, you even just build meter by dashing forward, right? So as soon as you dash forward, you just build free tension meter as well. And in Guilty Gear Strive, I feel like that tension meter is more important than ever because of the RC system and how powerful Roman cancels are in this game. Good block on the dust, okay, and the punish as well. So here we go. You saw like that, just like that, Mira was almost able to tie it up, but here comes Adventure back into the mix. Nice combo conversion.
Yeah, and the minions you can see as well, they become another hitbox when when they get hit, so they get hit by another minion. You know, Adventure can go ahead and hit the minion themselves as well. So just so many ways you can link the pressure. But the block on the burst here, Mira cashing out with quite a bit of damage and awarded this corner pressure. The shimmy to avoid the grab surely is a wall break here. The red RC. Wow!
Oh, no!
It's not it? Okay.
Too late with the Fafnir. Yeah, the Fafnir hit OTG, so it didn't wall splat, but didn't matter. Got the shimmy immediately afterwards, so Mira's still going to make it out of this round. And this is a crucial round now. This is going to give the winner a 2-1 lead. And just a little bit of more safety net, essentially, by going up that 2-1. Here we go towards the corner, and now you're trapped. Oof. Yeah, got to spend the burst to get out of there. Now you can see Mira trying very hard to get in there. Got in, but nice PRC back to make the far slash whiff.
That was really fun. And, you know, whiff punishing with that 2D as well. The yellow RC back to Mira's turn here. The counter hit, and this could be everything that Mira needs for this round.
Yep. Oh, PRC out of the corner. I like it, but still gets caught. Here we go. And the wild throw is going to drain the rest of the life because it does so much damage.
And one thing you gotta remember about zoners don't got the guts. They don't got the guts. When you gotta get down and dirty up and personal, you got guts. But yeah, not yeah, Jackal got no guts. So that wild throw did quite a bit of damage there.
And that was a beautiful decision there by Mira as well. Landing the combo, getting Adventure going, oh shoot, he's starting to catch up. Wasn't even thinking about the reset possibility. So instead of doing the second hit of the Bandit revolver, she just did one hit, nothing, land, command throw, kept Adventure standing.
All right, heading into this game number 4 here, Adventure down, but not quite out just yet. The burst being used and not getting too much, but getting rid of at least one minion here. Like you said, the minions are a limited resource. You can bring out 3 in a row when you have that max gauge, right? But you know that it only refills at a certain point.
Yep. And unless, of course, you know, Jacko activates the super, which makes it refill ridiculously fast. But not this time. Going to use the meter instead for the super. That's just the throw. Send them through the wall to get that positive meter bonus and high damage.
And very similar to Zato, when you get the Oki on that wall break there with your super, you're able to, you know, set up Eddie, or in this case, set up a minion for Jacko, and that is going to do so much wonders here for Adventure. Great stuff on the Oki, and just like keeping it Adventure's turn the entire time.
We've seen Adventure do this in the past. That end of the round there, he did the kick in the air, which slows Jacko's descent. And so Mira went for an anti-air, but the kick in the air slowed Jacko down enough that the anti-air missed, and then Adventure just landed with the throw. Oh, here we go. I think that, yeah, look how fast that minion meter is building up. This is a true block string. You've just got to hold this. Trying to push out with the faultless defense, but it's not good enough. But bust his way out. Bust your way out with that DP.
And the crazy thing is, and even when you look at it, like, yes, Adventure had to use the meter to activate that super, but how much meter did Mira have to use just for the FD to not take too much chip damage, right? It almost traded out evenly if you think about it in that sense in terms of tension, and Adventure going to go ahead and force the game 5 on Mira.
Woo, okay, all right.
And that was with 1 minion, by the way. That was 1 minion. But, like, you just see Mira respecting the amount of chip damage even one singular minion can do, and just using all of her tension on the FD. So it's a really tricky spot right there. And I love Adventure really managing and knowing those situations, because when you can break even with someone on meter, but, like, you keep your turn and keep your positioning, that's just amazing, right?
Yeah. Here we go. So it's going to be game number 5 between these two. Who's going to go to the losers bracket? I mean, I don't know what it was like last week, but I know for the previous few weeks we've been seeing a lot of 3-0s in round 1. Not going to happen here. This one's going down to the final game here.
Yeah, we'll see if we get the final game, final round. But yeah, last week was definitely we started off things off with the 30s.
Well, we're getting a good one here between Adventure and Mira, and I love the use of that burst to keep the corner position. The wild throw, same reset into the wild throw. Mira now trying another deep run this tournament by starting off this week with a win. Adventure, of course, like I said, a crowd favorite here because people love seeing the Jacko. They don't like fighting it, but they love watching it. So
yeah, it's very different when you're on the other side of the sticks, for sure.
Oh, yeah. And yes, I see everybody in the chat talking about the spouse battle here between Soul and and Jacko lore. Here we go. Oof. Through the wall.
Oh, going for
and
the
here we
close
go.
side.
Look. Yeah, this might be a perfect this round. Good luck. Oh, here we go. Fast build. You're just going to be eating chip and no more tension now for Mira. Every time she blocks, she does get a little bit, but here comes more. Just chip damage. This is a no-win situation. That
yeah,
was
is that
absolutely
just guaranteed? Oh my God.
That's checkmate right there. That is absolute checkmate.
Yeah, and even the situation before that, we see Adventure kind of mixing up. Instead of going for the minion setup on the Oki off the super wall break, Adventure actually just opting to go run up right into the close slash, right? And you know, Jacko, even though you are a zoner, your close slash is still just really good on block and no cancel, right? Just,
Ooh, there we go again. The DP on Wake Up, getting Mira out of that mix. And here we go, the far slash, challenging the minion. But a burst now for Adventure. Last burst for Adventure probably in this game. Mira still has hers available, but might not need it. Look at this damage. Not enough to kill yet. Adventure with a ton of meter. How is he going to spend it? Doesn't get the chance, and Mira gets the hit and will advance to the next round.
So much resources on deck for both players. Mira had the burst. Adventure had the tension, but in that situation, you know, oh man, Mira was just able to keep the pressure on, and Adventure not really having a situation to kind of use it. Like in most situations when you see full tension, especially from Jacko, right? It's like, okay, well, main thing you want to watch out for is the super RC, right? But not even really given an opportunity, and Mira was just able to finesse the ways in and just get her openings that she needed, and was able to just deal so much damage. That wall break was so big.
Yeah, so congratulations to Mira going to the next round, but uncongratulations to everybody else in the losers bracket because Adventure's down there now. That's not going to be fun. Adventure doing super, super well in a lot of the Series E tournaments. Adventure not happy with their own play right now, but you know, that's why it's a double elimination bracket. Time to you know, reorient the wheels and make a run for that grand finals.
Yeah, definitely something Adventure has done before. So see if Adventure can pull through in the loser sides of things. Actually has to go up against Hotashi round 1 of losers. So Yikerinos.
Oh, no.
That's rough. That's a rough one. That's a rough one, but I'm pretty sure it'll be an amazing match. But next up, it looks like we got Solstice versus House of Bacon. Solstice has been on quite the tear lately on the Ramlethal. Obviously, a character that has been quite the threat since the beginning of the meta, and she's still here to stay. Ramlethal is still a very relevant part of the meta even today, right?
Oh, for sure, for sure. But going up against House of Bacon, who came in all of a sudden and was doing some massive damage. I mean, obviously, we've seen Jonathan Tanay going with the Zato in the past as well. But House of Bacon really starting to represent Zato as well in these events. But I mean, Solstice right now, Ram is gonna ram. But here we go. Here comes the Zato corner pressure now. And like you had mentioned, you gotta watch that extra little eddy meter gauge down at the bottom. You can see on the bottom right, that little extra green meter. Nice burst timing, got it before the super was activated.
Wow, I wonder if you can just do that on reaction or if you can guess, because that seems really optimal if you can do it on reaction. I'm not too sure about that, but the main reason why we see House of Bacon going for that sword super there is because you get to reset Eddie, which is a really big part about that super. It does a little less damage, but you get the utility of resetting Eddie, which is so huge.
All right, BR. Oh, nice. Just BRC to get in there for the throw. And you see right there, just slashing Eddie away. Just chip damage is a danger. You got to. Faultless defense, but I just didn't have a lot of meter. Again, when Adventure was going crazy in the corner against Mira and you saw all of Soul's meter disappear, if you faultless defense and block something, you lose chunks of your tension every time you block something with the faultless defense on. And so, you know, House of Bacon at the end there probably trying to time the faultless defense to make sure he doesn't just drain it while holding the buttons down and didn't get it and just didn't faultless defense in time, but able to take this round and tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, I didn't opt to use the burst either on round 1, but that's okay. Has the burst for round 3 here, and a little bit of insurance for House of Bacon now that Solstice burning that burst here. Quite a bit of advantage here in terms of resources.
Yeah, here we go. YRC spends a YRC now to reverse the offensive pressure. I like that decision. We're going to get the walls flat here. Not going to be enough to kill, but again, House of Bacon going to have that positive meter bonus. Going to use the BRC to try to get the offense going. Here we go. This is a big one. Yep. And now you're into the corner with a standing reset. You can't roll, or so you can't try to avoid that. Here we go. Oh, what an air throw!
Okay, that was the RC used, and now Solstice has the RC. The red RC is burned. The burst is not baited, and the frog comes out to chomp for that game number 1. House of Bacon, I mean, kind of like having that burst was so big, right? And we've seen red RC to bait out the burst there. Solstice not opting to go for it. Almost felt like right towards the end there in terms of resources, it felt like that 50-50 coin flip on that red RC was the where everything was going to be decided up into that point.
Yeah, so there we go. And again, thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in for some Series E. If we type in !bracket into the chat, you can follow along here because a lot of the matches that are the losers bracket matches will be played off stream. So you can follow along there to see the fate of the players that have been sent to losers bracket already.
All right, so House of Bacon starting things off quite nicely here, up 1-0 versus Solstice, and Solstice, I believe, getting top 5 last week as well, having a really good showing. Was also in, has been in multiple top 8s of so many amazing like stack tournaments. So Solstice definitely doing a big. I believe Frosty Faustin was in the top 8 of that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, here we go, trying to fight out of the corner. Solstice now. Oh, House of Bacon going with. I mean, again, I kept joking that Jonathan today loves that 5P, and then people in the chat were like, that's every Zato player. And you can see right now from House of Bacon definitely utilizing that 5P very effectively.
Right.
Gotta spend the burst.
Such an important hitbox for Zato, right? Just generally at that range, that's his main just boxing tool that Zato has, and even just going the 5P right into the red RC, whether it's blocked or hit, is just such a great way to like stave off pressure.
There it is again. There's that 5P. Did not RC cancel it, though. Had the meter, but instead going to use the meter for the sword to rebuild that Eddie gauge. Great defense by Solstice. Too far away to combo anything. And he's going to get sniped by the invite hell from downtown. What a decision by House of Bacon.
And the hover over the sword as well before that, right? And having the sword just slip right underneath Zato there. Fantastic play from House of Bacon on the defense and on that last poke as well. 6P going to hit Solstice here, but the burst giving a little bit more control here.
Right. Ooh, still has the corner position, so this is huge. And yeah, gonna spend that meter for the sword, build the Eddie gauge back, go for the full pressure here. You see, that's why you do that. You get the Eddie back, and then you have the ability to finish off the round there. Nicely done by House of Bacon.
Yeah, the sword super is just I mean, you're going to see it used in most situations. You'll see the Shark Super if they need a little bit more damage or if they
Right.
just want some kind of setup to like stave off the pressure. But even using the sword for wall break to guarantee you have the Eddy on the Oki, right? And you see the Eddy gets summoned where the sword drops too. So you don't even have to
Right.
even waste your time, summoning Eddy himself. You just sword super right into an Eddy move. And like that alone is just so much. And it almost sets up situations where it's not as strong as Jacko with the install, but you can shave off a good bit of chip damage, or you can just like drain a lot of your opponent's tension.
I've definitely seen some really messed up, block string situations, especially like after a wall splat and you get the positive meter bonus as you just keep resetting the block string loops with the sword over and over again. Speaking of, here we go, the wall splat into the Eddy summon. Guaranteed to get that needle in there as a meaty before they can do anything if you knock them through the wall with the sword.
And 6P doing so much here for House of Bacon. Another round going towards House of Bacon here, and Solstice back to the wall here. They need to think of something quick here, or House of Bacon's going to come through with the quick 3-0.
Can you imagine that in our first 3 matches in the loser side, we could potentially have Hotashi, Adventure, and Solstice? Like,
yeah.
What? Oh, man.
Things always getting wild here at Series E. Here's another sword extension. Speaking of swords, Solstice is getting their sword back, but it don't know if it's going to matter. Okay, little counter hit here. A lot of space.
And through one of the swords just to get a little bit of, get away from the corner. Finally getting that sword back now. Tried to shoot Eddy, but Eddy had the oppose out. But here we go. Does get the anti-air. Big damage here. Should be able to get the wall splat. Solstice still alive for now. House of Bacon, though, still at match point.
Yep, all right. Solstice back against the wall here. Has to get this game to force at least a game 4. You got to take it one game at a time here. But House of Bacon is looking to close this set out and move on to round 2 here. Okay, but Solstice getting the opening. Trying to get the meaty on.
Again,
get up.
While in the corner when getting the counter hit, Solstice goes for the sword toss, meaning that Ramlethal's not going to get the sword back for a while, but I feel like the knockdown and the positioning is more important for Solstice. Oh, here we go again. There's that sword super right into the Eddy drill, like you said. And yeah, the oppose fake to get the throw instead.
Oh, yeah, and Solstice had such great defense just before that, just blocking all the different high lows. The tap dust, obviously, I mean, look at this wrist gauge, though.
Oh, no.
Time to cash out with the burst.
Yeah, smart burst right there, because that was going to be huge damage. Thanks to the wrist gauge. The sword just missed, but you know what? Solstice didn't realize that was going to happen, and so still ended up blocking the Eddy. Oh, nice. Got the oppose and then shot the Eddy to the other side to cause the sandwich. The mix-up on the neutral jump, and Solstice wasn't ready for it. House of Bacon is going to move on in the bracket. Neutral jumping, letting Eddy push Ramlethal to the other side, so then the neutral jump turns into a cross-up, is gross.
Yeah, very, very nasty mix-ups. And I want to say, I feel like Solstice's defense was so good, but it's crazy because, I mean, just defenses in the FGC in general, right? If you have, 95% great defense, but if you don't make it to the full time of your opponent's offense and you miss the last thing if they open you up on the very last hit, essentially, right, then it kind of doesn't matter, right? So I feel like Solstice was there like at that kind of tipping point because the defense was looking phenomenal, and like the very last mix, all the time House of Bacon was just able to put that last needle through the thread and was able to get the opening, right? So it might not feel like that, but honestly, I just felt like the defense was so close to being perfect there. And and those defensive strings, if Solstice was able to pull through, probably could have gotten a lot more game wins, right? But House of Bacon was able to just get that last opening on the last hit there so many times.
Yeah, and it's it's like the catchphrase of games like Marvel and Guilty Gear and such is you could only block for so long.
Yep.
You could do all that work, but all they have to do is open you once, and that's the tricky thing about games like these. If you're used to playing a game like Street Fighter, you can rely on blocking as a way to defend. In games like this, especially against characters like a Zato, like a Jacko, it's often said that if you block an attack, that's kind of a loss, like, just a micro loss. As soon as you block something, especially if he has access to Eddie, you've already put yourself into a bad situation. So in games like this, it's more important to avoid blocking, avoid the spaces that they can lock you down with the Eddies or the, Virgil loops or whatever, You just want to stay away from those spaces, and it's one of the hardest things for people who transition from a slower based fighting game to a mix-up heavy game like this.
Yeah, definitely mix up in movement, right? Especially with a lot of anime fighters, especially, right? The instant air dashes and all that jazz, right? There's so many other movement options available as well, and because of that, that's where, in my opinion, like the game starts getting really deep, because when you start adding in all these different movement options, it's like, okay, well, blocking is like the last resort kind of thing, but I should be moving around more so, right?
Here we go, trying to go for that same late jump dust mix-up that closed out the last round. Not going to succeed here, but now here comes Chetu. Chetu trying to get in there, of course, doing some big damage. And Jonathan Tanay, the second Zato we've seen here on stream.
Yeah, Zato was definitely not a character that was too popular in the very beginning of the meta. Did receive some buffs for sure that helped Zato out a lot, but also just kind of getting more developed as well. Jonathan Tanay, previously a Soul main, or pretty much just a Soul player, and then kind of now moving on. I think we see a lot more Zato than Soul. It used to be kind of like a mix. I'm not too sure if Jonathan still has certain matchups where he goes with the Soul, but I would say like 80% plus of the time you're going to see Jonathan Tanay on that Zato, right? And even House of Bacon as well. Like, so many Zato players have been really coming out and showing what this character can do.
Yeah, it's funny. I was helping out a little bit with the Capcom Cup setup there, and somebody there who knows Jonathan Tanay for quite some time is giving me some of the Jonathan Tanay lore. So
nice.
Some old school stories about Jonathan here. I don't know if he's listening in the chat. He'll be like, "Oh no, what did they tell you? What did they tell you?"
The secrets.
Oh man.
I believe started in Dragon Ball, right? Dragon Ball Fighters. Pretty young player, honestly, in terms of FGC.
Oh yeah, but I mean these days, look, I'm an old man. Everybody feels young to me. Okay, I'll just tell you right now. But there you go, Jonathan taking round number 1 here of game number 2, trying to go up 2-0. And again, week after week, Jonathan seems to be getting stronger and more comfortable, because, as you mentioned, there wasn't a lot of Zatos at first, but this is not an easy character to use, probably, and will always be one of the highest execution characters of Guilty Gear, just by nature of controlling Eddie and Zato at the same time.
Ooh, I love that. And look at the baits coming out from Jonathan. And for me personally, I'm always rooting for Jonathan. For me, Jonathan has gotten second far too many times here at Series E. I need to see Jonathan get into that grands and close it out. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. Fatigue is definitely a thing in almost anything you do in life, right? And it definitely still applies to fighting games or just gaming as well. Sometimes it'll be late, or you've just been playing, especially some of these longer events, right? Like 3-day events and stuff like that. We're talking multiple days, playing all day and stuff. And fatigue is a thing. So something that not a lot of players kind of realize that they have to work on in terms of like stamina and all that jazz.
And if you remember, 2 weeks ago, Jonathan Tanay finishing second place, losing in grand finals to Idiosyncrasy. He was on the winner's side, and Idiosyncrasy won 3-2 and then 3-2. So Jonathan Tanay has, tasted victory and just fell a little bit short of that. Let's see if he might be able to make another deep run. Of course, Chetu going to try to stop him. Chetu, I believe, was the Latin America Arc Revo winner.
Yeah, sadly, the Arc Revo announcement for Canada and Mexico not being able to compete in Southern California, so that definitely sucks. But I think they are getting compensated.
Yeah, they better. They better.
Yeah.
These players deserve a lot for their wins and their efforts. Again, we might have, obviously this is the Esports Arena channel, we might have some people here not as familiar with fighting games, but I'll tell you right now, any sort of impressions that anybody has that fighting games are about button mashing, that is the farthest thing from the truth. These games require so much skill and talent and finesse and timing. And oftentimes it's about not hitting the buttons, which is what makes them the best player. They know when and when not to hit buttons. And you can see right there, Chetu, for example, just dashing and blocking to try to build some distance in there.
Oh yeah, it can be difficult. As well as just like reacting to so many different situations that are constantly changing, going for all these different option selects and seeing which thing happens and going kind of from there, right? So much complications when it comes to fighting games. But here comes the super from Chetu.
Trying to chase down a backdash or maybe just go for the chip, but actually it's just going to be the fireball is going to get right through Eddie and then still hit Zato. The Chetu now. Yeah, going to activate the burst right away.
Walking over Eddie, but just going to opt out here, take the block damage, but here's the conversion. Eddie going to go all the way here. My goodness, and the reset, oh, and the wall break as well. Eddie's setup, this is just going every which way for Jonathan right now.
Oh man, yeah, and that's gonna do it right there with some amazing pressure and offense. Jonathan taking game number 3, so he's gonna give us another one of these round 1 3-0s after that last match, which was that one went down to the wire. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. The previous one was also 3-0 with House of Bacon going 3-0 over Solstice. So we're getting back into the swing of things, I guess, here for round 1.
We got one game 5. But
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, phenomenal.
And again, it has nothing to do with like the gap in talent. That Hotashi, you know, went down to losers bracket in round number 1, and Solstice and Chetu, like we said, Chetu's an Arc Revo champion. Like, these are good players who are getting beat up here, and that just shows how hard this game is, man. It's just there's so much to it.
Oh yeah, very volatile. I mean, you see the corner carries coming out from Jonathan. I think that's definitely one of the craziest things about Zato. You can get wall breaks from so far from the wall because you are the set of character, and the frog leaps, man. They carry you quite far, and they'll push you all the way to the wall, especially with the sword super as well, right? So you just have so many different ways to extend it, and Jonathan obviously very good at extending those combos.
Yeah, for sure. And I believe coming up next here on stream, we are going to get Nerf Shine going up against Alethea. Shine, of course, the player that, if I'm not mistaken, won last week, was it? Yeah, so we've got the Potemkin victory in the books here. Nice. Let's go Shine. I mean, unbiased.
Right.
Potemkin. God, what a cheap, dirty character.
Yeah, who plays that guy?
Totally unfair. Let's go.
I guess we can also toss it over to Yeso as well. Maybe we hear his opinions on Potemkin, if he's cheap or not.
Well, we'll give James the opportunity to collect himself and check that Potemkin bias over there. Hey, no, just kidding. I love Shine. Potemkin is sick. I don't blame you whatsoever. But that is going to be the next matchup coming up. Alethea and Shine, and of course this is Shine, as I mentioned at the top of the show, coming off of that win last week, of course the third Series E Pro, to take a victory here in the Thursday night bracket, and looking to build off of that. Of course, Idiosyncrasy wasn't able to get the kind of repeat he was hoping for going out 0-2 last week. We'll see if Shine can maybe break that curse here. But of course, looking back at the start of the day, first of all, Days with the upset against Hotashi, 3-1. Well played there. Mira taking down Adventure. That was a really tight set as well. Both of those players going back and forth. And you heard James and Charles talking about it a little bit. Mira trying to get another repeat, another deep run here in the bracket. Mira struggled through the first 5 to 6 weeks of the season to break into the top 8. But it really seems like over the last 3 weeks or so, kind of just a switch has been flipped for Mira. And she has really started to become incredibly dangerous in these brackets, getting very deep, taking down a lot of really skilled players, and beating Adventure there in a really tight set is definitely something to be proud of. And I'm very curious to see how that Days Mira matchup goes down in winners quarterfinals. So very excited to see Mira continue to succeed and continue to go deep in these brackets, and hoping for more here today. Of course, the other two matches we started with Solstice and House of Bacon, and House of Bacon coming out and doing some work, a 3-0 against Solstice. And Solstice feels to be in kind of a weird spot for me. We watched last week where Solstice took, I believe, 2 3-0s against Razo, which is not an easy feat by any stretch, and that is some of the best Guilty Gear we've seen Solstice playing as of late. But Solstice seems to have some of these weird inconsistencies where, some nights it looks like Solstice can beat anybody in the bracket, and other nights it seems like Solstice will drop matches that you really wouldn't expect them to. And I have a lot of respect for House of Bacon. I think House of Bacon's a really good player, but this is a matchup that I would pick Solstice to win probably 8 times out of 10. So granted, this could be one of the 2 times I don't, but a 3-0 fashion there, that is really not what you're looking to start your day with there for Solstice. So we'll have to see if Solstice can bounce back, get something going in the losers bracket. Of course, the last matchup we checked out was Jonathan Tanay against Chetu. Jonathan 3-0, really good showing there. Hopefully we can see Jonathan make another deep run, as we've seen quite a few times here over the last month or so. But our next matchups are ready to go, so I'm going to hand it back over to James and Charles.
All right. So we'll see if Shine can bring it back to back here. The plot armor was really strong for Shine, and of course the gameplay was too. Last week was down 0-2 versus the Diaphone Baiken in winter semis, and was still able to take it over Hotashi and take that set versus Diaphone as well versus the Baiken. Was able to get into grands and was able to take it over Hotashi in the grand finals. So see if Shine coming through here, representing Nerf, and going to be versus Alethea.
Seeing if he can do one of those rarefied back-to-back victories here at Series E. Of course, even getting 1 win, let alone 2, let alone back-to-back.
Yeah.
Is tall order here. But Shine definitely has been looking strong week after week and is in position to be able to accomplish that. All right, here we go. The Garudas. Oh no! Oh, back to back! Damage.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's dead.
Okay, yeah. The OTG is going to be it. Yes. Oh my goodness. Imagine, especially if you get the counter hit Garuda. Oh my goodness. The back to backs into the pot buster. That's damage if I've ever seen it.
That was so crazy. I was like, I know she's going to take a lot of damage. I don't think she's going to die. And I was right, but barely, off of the pot buster. Just the OTG was going to do it.
Yeah, look at this. Staying in this mid-range. This is where Shine wants to, kind of approach this matchup. And Guilty Gear is always the game of offense, right? In Guilty Gear, you always want it to be your turn. Whoever's turn it is, you're probably winning.
Yeah, and I've said in the past weeks before, too, that I really do feel like that this is a tough match for Potemkin, because once Eno does get in on Potemkin, this is the kind of stuff that you see. Now, Shine managed to get out of there just a little bit, but then also that Chemical Love also controls so much of the space that Potemkin wants to be in, and, reacting with a flick in time is, you can't react. You got to predict it.
The guessing defense, it can be a struggle to backdash against the Garuda. Now Shine, turn for offense, but the burst to just stave off that corner pressure. Ooh, I like the perfect blocks as well.
Nice. Gets in there. Okay, here comes the pressure from Alethea. Got the hit. Forced the burst out of Shine. Both of these players trying to go up that 1-0. Get the first game in the books, and here we go. Corner position counter hit. This is going to hurt. That's going to kill.
You're so done. I saw the red RC and you're like, oh no, it's over.
I was like, it's going to hurt, RC. No, yeah, it's going to kill. I definitely had to change my wording there as soon as I saw that. I was like, oh no. Yeah. And again, you had talked about the guts before, especially for characters like, Jacko. Same thing for the overly aggressive offensive characters like Chip, and here like Eno, very low guts factor. So In case people don't know what guts means, it's just a natural damage scaling built into your character, and most characters also have a damage scaling once their life gets lower as well. It like more guts kick in, but it's not universal for every character like it is in so many fighting games. It's actually very individualized. And so, yeah, Eno does not have very good guts at all.
Yeah, usually in most fighting games, it's pretty much base health values that is pretty much determined, just like the quote-unquote defense of a character is just based on the amount of health. But yeah, in Guilty Gear, it's a little unique just because you have health and guts at the same time. Some characters are privileged like Nago, and you got both.
Oh, and look at this, Alethea getting the hit right there. Beautiful super to interrupt Shine's offense. Shine went for the pot buster. That super connected and everything just went the other direction. All in Alethea's favor. And here we go. Here's that pressure in the corner. Is he going to take the break? Yep. And now we're going to get the positive meter bonus already at a super, or at least 1 bar for anything super, RC, whatever you feel like it. Gonna use the, oh no. Oh boy, here we go. Scared time. Oh no, you got hit!
Scary.
Ow!
Especially when you get garroted from so close as well. It's like, oh my goodness. This should be it, right? Oh no, it's not.
No,
okay.
no. The super startup was too long right there, but again, that was an instant wall splat because we saw Shine get the wall splat and just kind of let it go. But the wall was still in a weakened condition, so that the next 6H just put him through the wall instantaneously. Oh no! Damn it.
Yeah, and it's still Shine's turn. The burst is going to help out Alethea, but ooh, okay, stroke the big tree going right underneath the super from Shine there. Great moves from Alethea, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, you can look at this Shine. Oh, beautiful 5P reaction there. Too far away for the super to get the guard break. Not going to be able to get any offense off of that. But here we go. If Alethea can play the... Oh, no. 6H into nothing. Into nothing. And that's going to allow Shine just to get the 2P in there, the crouching punch, and take that game.
Just poke the toes, just real quick, boom, done. And just like that, Shine coming through with the Potemkin. And so many resources for Shine to just keep it his turn. And you just see how important in a game like Guilty Gear. And I love Shine's offense, the Garudas, the up close or even space, it doesn't matter. Shine is just getting these openings, and especially when you're able to get counter hit Garudas like we saw earlier, you can really cash out on this damage.
Oh, man. All right, here we go. Alethea going for stroke the big tree again. Heavy 1 plus on block. /1 is minus. But if you do not react to the heavy stroke the big tree, it is still Eno's turn. So that's why you see after Shine blocking it, he doesn't do anything afterwards because he knows that Alethea has the frame advantage. Oh.
Yep. Charge dust there for the wall break. The burst is also available for Alethea as well. Backdash on the grab, no punish though.
Ooh. Okay. Using the jump dust right there to just kind of fall down, change the jump arc, always a nice tool to have. Gets the, oh my gosh, it's gonna hurt. RC, no, he didn't have, okay, actually he did have the meter, but he chose not to use it. He's gonna save it for the PRC to try to stay in. The Mega Fist!
Yep, didn't have, I mean, still had FD available, but yeah, right there, just Shine, just kind of coming in through the air after doing a bunch of grounded options and just getting the mix. There is the burst bait, and what better punish than a pot buster on that?
It's so much damage. Oh, the counter hit. Okay, not close enough to get a second Garuda, even Carrot, so he just went for the 6H instead. Actually, it might have been an execution error, to be honest with you, because... Oh, the command grab! Okay, you know what? Eno's like, you know what? I've got a command grab too that'll drain a chunk of life, Potemkin. Here we go, pressure catches.
Oh, the YRC, and that was so good for Alethea because she had the Oki as well. But oh my goodness, the double Mega Fist off the ground, and just like that, Shine with the 3-0 over Alethea. And I will say this, Shine definitely has the matchup experience when it comes to Eno, right? And I mean, like most, for the most part, I've only seen Shine on that Potemkin. So when you're a solo main, you kind of like stick it through with the good and the bad,
Oh, yeah.
you're probably going to know the bad matchups more because you're probably going to be more willing to like just practice those common or bad matchups even more because those are the matchups that you really need the experience to shine through, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like my history, I play Potemkin. I'm a grappler player. Okay, I used to play Zangief all the time in all the old Street Fighter games. And let me tell you, Guile versus Zangief is a terrible matchup. Guess which one of the matchups that I studied the most back then
Hmm.
was Guile versus Zangief, and actually, like I enjoy that fight as a result. It's obviously not a good fight for me, but that's what a lot of these players do. The bad matches. It's the worst when you have a good match and you're like, I'm supposed to win this, so you don't practice it that much. And then the other guy who does practice it all the time
Yep.
will catch you off guard.
Yeah, if you ever notice you're talking to someone and they know the frame data for like the character you guys are talking about, they either main the character or they really hate fighting the character, and those are usually two pretty good reasons to know all the frame data for a character.
Yes.
It's definitely one or the other.
All right. And we're going to jump into the next match. It is here, Splash Idiosyncrasy. I see we're just shortening him to Idio right now, so he's going to be Idio for now. Going up against Locus.
Yeah, Locus has been at quite a bunch of these tournaments. The Mountain Dew Soul.
Oh, yeah. I was like, Mountain Dew. Oh, yes, I see it.
The lemon. Sometimes you got to hit him with the lemon lime.
Here we go through the wall splat here. Oh god, the 6H just to start with the ground bounce counter hit, and all of a sudden you are back there, and ooh, he was going for the throw OS, and so he actually did land the throw, but then OS did with the PRC.
Oh my goodness, the wall break. Still not enough. Locus on a pixel here, but gonna be forced to FD. What's the punish here? You want to go for a long string? This could actually be it. Oh my god.
Oh, didn't even decide to extend the combo. Just said, you know what? I saw what Mira was doing. I'm going to go for the exact same reset here.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're punishing a blood pop or anything like that, you want to go for something that's just a longer sequence because of that passive health drain that's happening, right? So something like a Zato command grab is fantastic because it lasts the entire animation of the blood burst. So if you just have the longer the string, the better.
Here comes Idiosyncrasy, and again, can't not count Nago out. The wake up super. What? How did he get? Whoa! Normally, once a super activates, you can't. Oh, you can't burst. I thought you couldn't PRC there. Did he actually PRC beforehand, or can you actually do that on reaction?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe the super whiff? Question mark? Or maybe it just hit the clone. I actually don't know. But very interesting interaction nonetheless. Essentially saving Idiosyncrasy was a very big deal for that round. Oh my goodness, it is so much damage whenever you see a Nago end a combo off with 6H and then they get the 6H OTG. Oh my god.
Yeah, okay, shout outs to the chat. Someone, Trash Can Magic actually said that the first hit actually punched the clone. So that's why he was able to PRC still. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't catch that part. Nicely done.
All right, so maybe clone a pretty safe option to go for against some of these wake up supers if the clone's able to get hit. And I think there maybe Idiosyncrasy didn't Fukio forward, or maybe was about to Fukio forward and then was like, oh, never mind, I'm out. PRC back, like I don't want to do it.
Well, Idiosyncrasy is going to go up one game over Locus. And again, a fight here of two of the, currently accepted strongest characters in the game. Although interestingly enough, I mean, Soul, when the game first came out, he was like unequivocally everybody's #1. Definitely got nerfed a little bit here and there. Got a couple of buffs here and there, but I think they did it right, because I feel like Soul is still really strong, but not like overwhelmingly strong. And he's still got a lot of juice, and so shout outs to Arxis so far with their balancing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Big fan of it. We definitely, like, we see popular characters, but nothing, as when you turn the clock backwards to some of the older Guilty Gears. Wasn't like that, but I mean, to be fair, with time comes experience, right? And I think Arxis has gotten really good at just like learning about character balance and how they can bring it to the tournament scene.
For sure, for sure. And the cool thing about it is, you know, I mean, it really honestly wasn't that long ago when devs actually really just weren't even that worried about balance because, you know, esports wasn't something that was on the radar. But nowadays, you know, this is something that we see. Gosh, oh, that was the wild throw wasn't enough to kill Nago, of course. And here we go. Oh, God, fakes it. Oh, the 6H.
No.
He's gonna super. No, he messed up. If he had supered, he would have been able to kill him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That is enough. And usually, if you see the slash there, it's probably because to super with Nago not in the Blood Rage, you do it with a slash. So maybe
Right.
that was the input error. Maybe he wanted to save the meter for the neutral interaction afterwards. Not too sure. Maybe was scared about the guts. Maybe was like, okay, maybe the super won't kill or not. I don't want to gamble on it. So nonetheless, Idiosyncrasy will go ahead and take that game number 2. And man, I got to go back to game number 1 when Locust tried to hit Idiosyncrasy with that wake up super onto the clone. Felt like a very huge pivot point in
Right.
this set. And yeah, Idiosyncrasy kind of taking that momentum and running with it.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna talk to production here, Connie. Yes. Try KOF. It's a good game. I'm really enjoying it right now. And you know, one of the stories that I keep telling is, you know, Oda during who produces King of Fighters at the Tokyo Game Show, you know, they were talking about balancing King of Fighters 15, and they were saying like, oh yeah, you know, we know that 14 devolved into light max, and so we want to fix that. And then we see the developer backyards here from Guilty Gear, and we see, you know, what Capcom is doing with their updates and stuff like that. The developer interaction and the understanding that they have of needing these games be as balanced as possible is really crucial, and it's wonderful to see when, you know, back in the day when I'm sounding like the walking up the snow, you know, uphill in both directions kind of thing. But, you know, back in the day, like, we didn't know if the developer knew we even existed, if they even cared. And it's such a different time right now. And it's, people ask me, James, what's the golden era of fighting games? Because you've been in fighting games for so long. Now is absolutely the golden era. Look how many great games we have to play, man.
The netcode, the balance, give it all.
Exactly.
I'm about it.
Oh, look at this. Oh, the RC's. Okay, still not going to die by the chip, but the close slash is going to do it for Idiosyncrasy, and he is going to take it 3-0. Sorry, I just started doing my old man rambling during that whole entire match there, but, you know, Idiosyncrasy playing so well and getting a 3-0 here in round number 1.
Yeah, that close slash, such a fantastic move. Great anti-air, great on block. I mean, you kind of just, most close slashes are very good buttons for most characters here, but Idiosyncrasy using that to his advantage, going to go ahead and get the 3-0 over Locust here. And yeah, I mean, just fantastic sets overall. And I think it's a really good thing to talk about, right? Like you said, the golden age or the golden era. I mean, it is now. Just all the resources that we have is just fantastic, right?
Yeah, and we have, oh yeah, here we go. Here's the situation here.
Duffed in the face.
How? Yeah. Okay. Punch the clone. Okay. And that's what allowed him to have the opportunity. Because, yeah, I thought he had PRC'd before the first hit of that super, but clearly you saw the hit from the super and the clone just kind of absorbed it. So we'll see that again here. Let's see if we can see that one more time here. Like, you'll see the actual hit. How right there, and it's punching the clone, and oh, actually he even just gets hit by the clone. So interesting. I guess the first hit actually whiffed. I think the first hit actually just whiffed. It wasn't even punching the clone.
Yeah.
Huh.
Amazing. And I love the range that Idiosyncrasy kind of played at to bait that, right? He played close enough to think like, okay, yeah, I'm coming in, but actually it was the clone coming in. So just that kind of mid-range spacing that Idiosyncrasy was able to work around to bait Locust into going for that super on wake up was fantastic job by Idiosyncrasy.
Yeah, and so idiosyncrasy moves on, the next match that we are going to get here on stream for you guys is going to be Intel Razzo and PAR Flash. Again, I mentioned at Frosty Faustings, Flash and Adventure had one of the most hype sets, Adventure going up 2-0, and then Flash able to find his way back, take that match, and it was so hype. I remember they showed the two players again. This was an offline event. Great to see. And after Flash won his first game, they switched to him in Adventure, and Adventure jumped out of his chair and started popping off. You know, he was so excited about the match. It was so cool to see. I love that kind of energy. But of course, Flash is going up against Razzo here, our resident Series E Leo player, and also doing super well. He took CEO.
Yeah, and Razzo doing a fantastic job of qualifying for Arc Revo as well. So fantastic stuff here. The wall splat with the super. Ooh, almost getting that wall break. Or almost, I mean, gets the wall break, but almost getting it. But with the Oki, able to close it out here. Flash on the Kai. Now, Kai, known as being one of the more honest characters, quote unquote, so to speak. I mean, all right, that's what Kai players say at least.
What's cool about it though is I think I saw like a tier list from Flash at one point, and he rates Kai very highly. So Kai might be just one of those characters. A lot of characters in fighting games that they're not flashy, but they have all the kind of the tools they need, and so a lot of the times, you know, players will gravitate away from them because they don't have the cheesy mix-ups. But if you are a strong player and have all the right reads, you definitely can succeed with the character.
Just give me all those neutral tools with the DP, good to go. That's pretty much Kai. You got a great fireball as well, right? The slash or the heavy version. Fantastic tools in their own right.
There we go. Flash tying it up 1-1 round here.
And Kai does have some unique things. Obviously, the shock state is fantastic for your offense, right? And the standing low is probably one of the better things for Kai as well.
Standing lows, you'd be surprised. Like, it sounds like, well, you know, it's just a low, just block low, right? You'd be surprised at how much all of us can react to seeing a character crouch, to kind of crouch ourselves. And for like the entire history of fighting games, having a standing low has been such a thorn in people's side. Dating all the way back to the original Darkstalkers, where Morrigan's standing light kick was a low, and that thing was annoying to deal with.
Oh
man.
Yeah, especially I mean, Leo has the standing low in the back stance as well, right? Very hard to block. Obviously, that's one's a little harder to block because there's a lot more threats, right? But yeah, the standing low. I mean, just reacting at that point, if you're blocking a standing low, it almost feels like you had to have guessed it, right? So that's where it gets really hard. In any fighting game, if you have tools that force your opponent to guess, they're usually really, really strong.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the whole nature of fighting games, right? Like some people don't like hearing, you know, guessing game kind of thing, but that's exactly how fighting games works. That's the basis of fighting games, is you want to put your opponent in a mix-up where they have to guess to avoid damage. Now, whether they guess right or wrong, you don't take the damage, but they have to guess, and that's the nature of fighting games, right? And then learning to read which way they tend to on defense, if it's a backdash, a stand block, a low block, a throw tech. That's where the psychology of fighting games comes into play, where you can actually just learn to read what your opponent wants to do in general. Oh, he tried to flash kick through there, and it was a little too far away, and now look at this, Flash making the comeback, then runs into the fireball.
Yeah, and Flash, I mean, does not use Ride the Lightning as much as other Kais. Ride the Lightning probably the more popular super to use, but we see Flash use the range super as well.
Beautiful right there. That was an unburstable combo. Even if Razzo had the burst, which he didn't, but even if he did, that was a combo that Flash used right there that is unburstable, and I love it.
Yeah, sometimes you got to know your burst insurance combos. That'll win you games.
And you also got to know your history, man. That's why I bring up old games, man. That's what you got to do. Come on.
Sometimes you got to dust off the history books, right?
I call myself an FGC historian for a reason here, okay? I wear that moniker with pride, damn it.
Of course, just because Flash doesn't use Ride the Lightning all the time, still going to be able to use it. Such a great super in terms of being able to get wall breaks from really far away.
Oh, dang, he didn't try to punish there. And that's because Flash actually, he had the meter to RC, and so Razo was like, he's going to RC this. Oh, my God, that was so fast.
Oh, man. I think it's called Sacred Sword, but whatever the name is of that super, such a great way to counter the Fireball, right? So,
Oh, my God.
like most fighting games, if you have a super Fireball or something, it'll go through most of the standard Fireballs, right? So there's always that threat, right? Like if you just throw out one of those Fireballs, if your opponent has meter, and they're ready for it and they're looking for you to throw out that fireball, they're anticipating it, they can just cover it with an option like that. So great stuff on Flash to tie things up.
Yeah, and I was mentioning earlier, you know, one of the cool mix-ups that he did the stun dipper at an unsafe range, but he had meter to RC it. And so Razo didn't try to counter it. He was expecting the RC, and Flash took advantage of that. He didn't RC it, and he got away with an unsafe move and kept his meter. It was a little like really subtle, high level, you know, mind game that Flash played right there. Yeah, just like you would in games like Primal Rage and Mace the Dark Age. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and I love those kinds of situations. It's because it's like okay, I'm a top player and I know I'm fighting someone that's really good, so I'm gonna punish you for being a good player, kind of deal. Like those kind of situations are always great.
Exactly. Here comes Razo. Of course, it is tied 1-1 here. Gonna get the super to OTG through the wall. Not gonna be enough to kill, but he's gonna have the meaty pressure. What's he gonna go for? Just dashes up with a punch. And then the double dash into the throw. Nicely done, Razo. Going up 1 round.
Flash's air fireball actually like just disappearing there. So in Guilty Gear, if you throw out a projectile and you get hit, it actually disappears. So definitely something that I think is generally healthy, right? There's definitely has been some crazy like projectiles or assists that keep on going through, you know, Doom missiles and stuff like that, even though you get hit, and things like that is so powerful. But nonetheless, here the wall break off the super that is going to be enough. My goodness, Razo making quick work of Flash here in this game number 3.
Yeah, so Razo looking really, really strong here. Of course, got some pro tag rivalry going up here against with Leo going up against Kai, battle of the 2 kings, and right now Razo looking like he's on top. So let's see what Razo can do to finish this off, or a Flash like he did to Adventure at Frosty Faustings. He went down 0-2 and then he buckled down, and there was a couple of those rounds where he, you know, usually when you have no life against Jacko, that's checkmate. But he made some crazy comebacks.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can do it again here.
How deep is the bag of tricks here for Flash versus Razo? Can you make it to round 2? And again, we just see the level of competition, how hard these players have to, you know, really like bring out all the different kinds of tricks and stuff just to get into the round 2 of the winner's side. Very highly competitive here. Not going to go for the wall break. Tries to get up and over, but Razo, knowing that, look at how far the backdashes ended up. And Razo is catching. You do not want to be in the corner, and I absolutely know it. I am cashing out.
So beautiful. Just every single time knows that Flash is just trying to escape. Oh, man. Beautiful play right now. And again, it's like I said earlier, that's what fighting games are all about, is this mind.
Get the dust out of my face.
Yo, dude, that was just, he got out the broom, dude. He's like, he got out the Swiffer mop, dude. He's getting rid of all that dust right here, dude. Oh, man.
Here's the setup here. All the way to the left corner. Yep, Flash has all this pressure to work with here. The fireballs, though, has done Razo so much. Oh, my goodness. The Flash kick didn't have enough range there.
Okay. Oh, DP ender. And here we go, wall splat. Not enough to kill. Now, again, Leo's can Leo. And Leo is starting to Leo here. Oh, I think he went for the counter. Wait, did he go for the counter? I swear I thought I saw that from Razo. And maybe it just didn't work against the multi-hit projectile.
Yeah, I mean,
regardless,
in that situation, when you have the back sense, you cannot block. So, but Leo
Right.
does have a counter in that back sense that can counter supers. So you do have an option for wake up supers in the back stance. It's just a little bit more committal in that sense.
Right, and that's the thing is Wake Up Fireball doesn't have any invulnerability, so I think he did. I think that's what Flash read, that he was going to go for the counter, so he went for the Wake Up Super instead. I just don't know what the interaction is. It might have just been him hitting a button, and maybe it does have invul. I'm not actually sure. I haven't seen people use that Fireball Super as a Wake Up before.
Last chance here for Flash, has the burst available, and we got 50 tension online as well. Razzle also has burst. Here's the counter hit. Oh, just gonna go for the wall break. Razzle takes the
Okay. Oh, and okay, burst close enough. He did it. A nice PRC to keep himself safe.
Oh my goodness, Razzle playing that so well with the BRC to close it out after the neutral reset, but had another 50 tension to also use the RC to keep himself safe versus the super. My goodness, fantastic play all around. And we saw Razzle wait until the fireball, right? The commitment to the fireball to burst, because we saw the RC, and it's like we've seen in many situations after that RC, it's like, okay, they go for the block bait onto the burst, right? But Razzle not bursting until seeing the fireball, seeing the commitment, and being like, okay, this is a guaranteed burst hit. Like, I'm fine to do this.
I'm actually interested in that. That RC to throw at the end, there was a beautiful punish, and I need to get what the frame data on that is. Just RC into regular throw. What's the fastest you can use that as a punish? Because there might be situations where some characters don't have the range on their fastest normal to punish, but a BRC drift into the throw like that, into a 2-frame throw, might be able to punish things to finish off the round, just like for what Razzo did there. That was really, really nicely done.
Yeah, and we're really, and I think that is the best part about Guilty Gear, is just how creative you can be with Roman Cancel. I think the Roman Cancel system is probably one of the most unique systems in the game, or in a fighting game, that uses meter, right? Obviously, you can use it with your super for damage, or if you're trying to, wake up super, to use it for the intangibility if your character has that available to you. But the RC meta has evolved so much, right? The first couple months of the game, everyone was just red RCing, getting the damage, getting the wall break, right? But now we're seeing so many RCs being used in like neutral interactions, or even instead of like red RCing to extend combos, you PRC so you don't get the scaling, like the scaling's a little bit better, or using PRC to carry the momentum. Like you see Axels go for Axel Bomber into PRC and use it as an eject button out of the corner. You see so many creative ways for RC to like come to this game, right?
And it's cool too, because I mean, RCs obviously it's one of the staples of Guilty Gear. Even back in XX, it was really powerful, but very limited. And then in Exert, they really kind of let it rock, and maybe a little bit too much. And I feel like this game, because I remember like YRCs and stuff like that, which is the same thing as a BRC in this game, only cost 1/4 of a bar and slowed the entire game down, regardless if you were next to them or not. And so you see a lot of people with like instant air dash YRC to get in. I feel like this game has actually one of the best balances in terms of making RC really creative and powerful, but not like a little too overpowered.
Right, yeah. 25 tension for a YRC. That was very interesting. It was definitely, everyone was coming out the gate with these YRCs.
Here we go, command throw, big damage now. Rylander, the third Zato we've seen here on stream today. Definitely having a plethora of Zatos. Like you said, not a lot of Zatos early on, but again, one of the hardest characters to play. So it takes a while for the Zato players to get their mojo going, basically.
Yeah.
Oof, 6 feet.
And we have two Zato players, actually, we've seen two, and two are also on the winner side of things for round 2. We'll see if Rylander can make it 3, but Dawn, it is Razor Week, so maybe Dawn will get the power up here. Is it enough? No, Rylander is going to go ahead and take game number 1 versus Dawn, and my goodness, it was always Rylander's turn, it felt like, on that the first couple rounds there. Jeez.
Yeah, and that's just what happens with a character like Zato is the longer people go with the character, the more they develop and stuff, and the more used to the sequences, they find new sequences, new patterns, and it doesn't hurt to have a player like Latif using your character either,
Yeah.
who's just been terrorizing everybody on the EU side of things. Again, Latif used to live in Arizona and was one of the absolute strongest players in the U.S. Second place at Evo for Street Fighter 4 one year, the year that Fudo won. And so, and also just an excellent Guilty Gear player for his entire life, basically. So that kind of a player, labbing stuff and finding crazy things with Zato is a good person to study and steal from.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's such a big deal for any fighting game, right? Character representation in general is always good. Seeing multiple players play your character and live your character, but also the top end talent with your character, right? Is a top 5 or a top 10 player playing your character and like really understanding and showing all these like how to play neutral, how to combo, and all that different stuff, right? Such a big deal.
Ooh, caught him out of the air. Thought that Rylander was going to get that hit, so here comes Don now, trying to tie this up 1-1. As you mentioned, it is Razor Week here at the Esports Series E event, Esports Arena, I should say. Here we go through the wall, and there you go. Don ties it up 1-1, getting that Razor sponsor power up right now.
Yeah,
so he's rocking those. Just rocking the, Razor headphones and all of it, the Razor keyboard at home and
you got to come through with it. Yeah, both those first 2 games were just so volatile. I mean, and you see the offensive Guilty Gear. A lot of characters have their win condition just like through corner pressure, right? Like we see Ramlethal, we see characters like Eno, like Nago. When they get you in the corner, it can be really, really rough, right? Just very glass cannon in a sense. That's why these reversal throws in the corner are so big here. And both these players, these first 2 games didn't really have an answer to that. You're going to see really quick games like the first 2 games. And here we go, game number 3 here.
Both of these characters not really known for their defense, and they're both known for their lockdowns here. Again, Zato is not a zoning character with his design. Look at this defense, and manages to get out, but no, never mind, gets air thrown. Activates the super, gonna get the Eddie drop, and that you see from full screen, that sword super into the Eddie drills lets Zato just dash all the way in. Again.
Back up, but this is, oh no, not enough, okay. Whew, the swiftness there, and yeah, obviously having the very unique air dash, or just a very unique dash, putting herself in the air, so you are the instant overhead character.
Exactly, and I mean, shout outs to Don too. He knew that Rylander was scared. He got back to bash. He got empty dash and the dash slash like in a row, knowing that Rylander wasn't going to hit any buttons, or that Rylander was going to try to go for 2P because I think it went over a button. That super is going to be able to kill. And yeah, after game number 1, Don's like, no, this is Razor Week. I must win for my sponsor.
There
and
you
here
go.
He goes.
Yeah, and Rylander just could and you see how powerful that sword super was. Once there was just like X amount of distance, Rylander just rips the sword super, takes Dawn all the way from, originally being on the right side, taking Dawn all the way to the left side of the screen. And again, the amazing defense coming out from Dawn, lasting the entire way throughout the Eddie meter. It's such a big deal. You're able to make it your turn. Once the Eddie's down, Zato has to set it back up again, right? And if they don't have the meter for the sword super, it's a lot harder than it looks. And because of that, if Zato is on the defense, they're not setting up Eddie, that's for sure, right? So always a very, very big plus to keep that character on the defense.
Yeah, I talk about that, watching that Eddie meter, and a lot of times, in the past few weeks, I've been always like, oh, Eddie's down now, it's time. And, people watching would be like, well, the Eddie meter doesn't take that long to build up. But the whole thing about it is it kills the momentum that Zato has. And in order for him to try to maintain that momentum until he builds the Eddie meter back up again is something that you have to take advantage of. So here we go. No Eddie meter. It's not going to be a problem for him because he's going to get the wall splat. So obviously he'll get the whole meter back soon enough. As you can see, during that time it's building up, he's so much weaker.
Oh, wow. Big chunk of health gone out of Rylander there. The burst being forced. No meter quite available just yet for Rylander. Oh, but there's the opposed setup. The burst being burned from Dawn and everything coming out. But this time, Rylander does have the 50 tension here.
Yep, and there you go. Spends it. Gonna get some good damage. Not close enough to the wall yet for the Gaping Maw to hit both times. Okay, Rylander trying to finish this off, but the empty low into the finisher with Stroke the Big Tree. Gonna take it for Dawn, so Dawn stealing that round from Rylander and now at match point.
Yeah, Rylander going for the RC combo, and it was not enough. Just gave Dawn that one singular chance to bring it back, and Dawn took it all the way with that round here. And now looking really good to take this round. No burst available for Rylander, just coming up just now. Gonna block the burst. Oh, the counter hit though.
Okay, yeah, this is huge for Rylander. Again, neither character with a lot of defense. Rylander could definitely still take a beautiful chemical love. Didn't get the 6P out in time. Got counter hit, or it might have got it out in time, but just the jump attack hit low enough to catch the vulnerable hurt box. Tried to go for the command throw, but was called out by Dawn, and he gets the counter hit combo. Dawn is going to advance 3-1 to the next round. This week's sponsor, Razer. This is Razer Week. Their player moves on to the next round.
Dawn going through now onto round 2 winners. Not going to get easier though. Razzo will be the opponent for Dawn there in winners round 2. So we'll see if the Razer power up for Razer Week can go all the way and bring Dawn, all the way through the winners bracket. And we'll see. Man, and we got quite the winners quarters lined up. Days versus Mira, House of Bacon versus Jonathan Tene. It's going to be a Zato Ditto. Very interesting.
Oh, jeez.
Shine versus Idiosyncrasy, and Razzo versus Dawn. So quite the lineup here. And yeah, I mean, another great thing about Guilty Gear is these matches, they'll fly. They will fly, especially if they're 3-0. I mean, just a very quick paced game, right? The damage output absolutely pretty nutty in this game, especially with the addition of wall breaks, which another fantastic mechanic coming out from Arxis, because there's so many fighting games where like it can be very frustrating when you spend like the entire time in the corner, right? And it's just like, man, I couldn't get out, right? At least wall breaks, like you get rewarded for getting the corner situation, but it's somewhat of a reset, right? Like you get some meter, you get an extra bit of health or damage wise, and it kind of like makes some unique situations where it's like, oh, I can keep the corner instead of breaking it, and like seeing those little macro interactions is always fun.
Yeah, and breaking people through the wall feels good.
It's a very sick looking animation. It looks so cool.
Yeah.
The glass, just like this glass sound, like it's so cool.
Yeah, and shout outs to, again, our Series E sponsored players. 5 of them making it through to the next round here. Only Solstice dropping down to House of Bacon right now. But of course, in the losers bracket, I'm going to take a look if we have some results over here. Hotashi did end up beating Adventure 3-0. Solstice is still alive, beating Cheto 3-0, and Alethea beating Locust 3-1. So those are some of the results in the loser side. But for some more analysis on the matches, let's throw it over to Yeso.
Thanks, gents. We're getting ready, of course, for winners round 2. And definitely one of the matches I have my eye on is going to be Shine and Idiosyncrasy. That is our last 2 champions of the Thursday night bracket matching up. And of course, as I mentioned earlier on in the show, Idiosyncrasy struggled last week, wasn't able to get the repeat and have the kind of performance follow-up to that title that he would have hoped for. And Shine is hoping to break that trend here. And obviously with a strong first round win, both of these players, of course, taking 3-0s in their round 1 sets, and now they'll run into each other here in winners quarterfinals, and that should be a fun one. Definitely one of the ones I have my eye on. The rest of those winners quarterfinals will consist of Days and Mira, one I highlighted during our last segment, just thinking, can Mira keep this rolling? This would be a huge win for Mira here, and I'm curious to see if Days can carry the momentum from that win against Hotashi into round 2. House of Bacon and Jonathan Tene will be a fun one to watch. Of course, Jonathan has been one of the best Series E players here in the new year, but has not been able to kind of climb all the way to the summit, finish a grand final, and take a win yet. But maybe this week is one of those opportunities. And then, of course, Razo, who took out Flash. That's a nice win there for Razo, looking to hopefully keep things rolling. I mentioned earlier on about how Razo dropped back-to-back sets 3-0 to Solstice last week and is looking to rebound from, I would say, a performance that Razo was not entirely happy with there. And Razo will be running into Dawn. And, of course, you heard James and Charles talk about it. It's Razor Week. Dawn, the Razor player, trying to, lean into the fact that he's going to be spotlighted a little more this week and hopefully take advantage of that opportunity. I think that set against Razo is going to be very fun to watch and an opportunity for Dawn to make a nice early statement here in the bracket. But right now we're going to go to a quick break. Do want to remind you, though, before we go that we are open all across the country. We love running all of these online events, but ultimately we also want you to come into Esports Arena and game with us. We have events going on all the time, all kinds of tournaments, and if you just want to come in and play some of your favorite titles, you can. If you're looking for an Esports Arena near you, just use ! locations in Twitch chat, and that'll help you out. So we want to see you and come hang out with us. Right now we're going to that break. When we come back, more Series E Guilty Gear Strive. Don't go far.
Hey, my name is D.O.N.
Despite the fact that he hits like a truck and is blessed in so many ways, and Dawn is blessing his.
Dawn is at match point, and look at this. Is he going to be able to do with a comeback? He's got a lot of meter.
I play Guilty Gear Strive for Team Razor, and you are watching Razor Week.
Forcing an early burst, Dawn making this reverse 3-0 more of a reality as time passes here.
High and low. He's getting into the air, but the 6P again in the neutral. Safe jump.
Razor, for gamers, by gamers.
Welcome back, everybody, to Series E Guilty Gear. This is, what are we at now? Week 9, week 10? I don't know.
Week a lot.
I've lost count. There's too many great weeks of Guilty Gear. Okay, I mean it should just be week infinite, frankly. And we just got through the first round. We've had a bunch of amazing matches already, and we're gonna have some more here in round 2. It's gonna be Days and Mira, House of Bacon, Jonathan Tanay, and then Shine versus Idiosyncrasy, and Razzo versus Dawn.
Yeah, and it feels like we're like as every week goes on, more of the Series E sponsored players are kind of making it through these winners bracket, these really, really tough and competitive brackets, right? And it just goes to show that when you're in these tournaments every week and you're getting this kind of practice, the improvement does show, right? Over a good course, a long course of time for sure. And it's really sick to see the sponsored Series E players just become more successful in terms of results, right? And of course, the name of the game, if you are top 2 at the end of the season, you get to keep that wonderful shiny sponsor. And if you're not in that top 2, you got to fight for it again. Hey, how you doing?
I was like, before the camera changes, let's see if I can get. She just jumped on my lap out of nowhere. I was like, oh, gotta get the. And speaking of pets here, we've got Days going with the Giovanna.
Let's go.
Got the dog here, doing some work.
Yeah, the spiritual doggo, right?
Yes. Exactly.
I'm not too sure the lore on Giovanna. Giovanna, obviously, a new character to Strive.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's spiritual, still pettable, still adorable doggo. So.
Still, it hits you like a truck. It hurts.
That just shows its loyalty, man. That's where the dogs come from. No. But again, we've been talking about how Mira's been having a great couple of past tournaments here, making deep runs for herself in these tournaments. But now here comes Days, who upset Hutashi in the first round. And, again, we talk about how much these players get practice week after week after week. They don't practice against a lot of Giovannas here at this tournament. So this might be one of the things that a Giovanna coming out of nowhere might actually cause some people some problems. And look at this, Days is going to get the wall splat and the wall break here.
Man, looking like some doggo damage out here. And you see those dashes, right? The not having a run, but the dash, you do get a really long slide. So it really it sets up Giovanna in situations where you can come up really close, go for the close slash, or even the far slash kicks is great too when you're sliding forward like that. So Giovanna has amazing offensive tools with the pressure there. Looks like your cat's pressuring the mic.
Yeah, I know. It's my ghost kitty here. I'm gonna go and use the kitty to attack people here. No. But sorry, kitty. Just wanted to say hello to I mean I've seen you all in chat all day, Lost Souls, so definitely want to just say hello back as well. So,
What up, Lost Soul?
Gosh, cats are doing funny things here. Okay, don't mind me. Let's see if I can get the cat back on the screen. There we go.
Nice.
See what the producers have done is like, you know what? Hang on, guys. Don't play your next match. We've got cat on the stream.
We do have the cat on the stream. hold the camera. Hold the set.
Get the cat on the stream. Oh, what a good boy. What a good boy. Oh, come on, NVIDIA broadcast. Don't keep zooming the cat off the camera, dude. We don't want that to happen here. No, but what were you saying? We're talking about Guilty Gear, right?
Yeah, something about Guilty Gear, Exert, Strive,
Giovanna, something.
Giovanna has a good dash,
man.
but I've definitely seen Days, compete in Wednesday night fights as well as some of these other online tournaments as well. So Days definitely a very competitive and amazing Giovanna player. Also has some pockets as well. So and I think Giovanna is actually another character that's a little like underplayed. We saw a lot of Giovanna in the beginning of Strive, right? And then kind of, I feel like she's a great pocket character. I think her matchup chart is like pretty well like spread. So I think a lot of players could utilize and the thing about Strive as well, compared to some of the older Guilty Gears, you didn't it wasn't too popular to have multiple characters, right? In most Guilty Gears, a lot of players just dedicated all their time to one because the skill floor was so difficult, right? But in this game, I feel like you can kind of get away with playing two characters at least, right? Of course, there's going to be a lot of like solo main character or players as well. But I feel like the option is more reliable in this game for sure. Just like how there's two cats on the screen, you can have two characters.
Yeah, exactly. You normally just specialize in one. Oh, she's
Oh.
like, no, let go of me. Let go of me. Poor kitty. Okay.
The
Sorry.
pause came
That's
up.
the first time. I think it's the first time I've actually gotten both cats on the stream at the same time here. Sorry, I'm being very distracted here. Tune into Series E, where not only can you watch top level Guilty Gear action, but see some adorable kitties as well at the same
Cute,
time.
adorable cats. Sometimes two on the screen at once.
Exactly. But yeah, so all right, the cats have moved away. You can tell the players they can play now. So
Yeah,
you
okay,
know,
okay, we can get the rest of the set on.
producers
Nice.
in the back, they can actually proceed with the match. No, I'm just kidding. No, obviously, we'll get these in the next matchup for you going on here. Again, Days and Mira just going through the one game right now. Days taking the first game. We'll get this all sorted out and get the next match up for you guys soon. Oh yeah, that's right. Where's the puppy? Where's Termy?
Where is? That's a great question. Not you. Termy's usually like just sleeping on my bed back here, but
Yeah,
has relocated.
Remember last time it was doing the tummy rolls and on the bed over there. Okay, looks like the players trying to sort out some connection situation over here.
Okay.
Looks like testing a few things out here. So once we get to the actual match going here, we'll switch back to that view over there. In the meantime, we are on very, very concentrated dog watch here right now.
Yes.
See if we can find any.
We're on the hunt for Termy. Where art thou, Termy?
Oh man,
He'll show up.
Yeah,
I might just have to shake the treat bag or something. Get him the good old bait and switch.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, these pets, man, during the pandemic, although I have heard, I mean, this is the downside of it. A lot of people, in the pandemic getting pets, not ready for pets. And so I've actually heard there's been a lot of like returns at shelters and stuff like that. So
that's sad.
if you do plan on getting a pet, make sure that you are, prepared for it. It is a lot of work to take care of a pet, but if you are able to do it, the reward is immense. Just like learning fighting games, it takes a lot of work, but the reward is immense.
That was a 10 out of 10 segue. I'll give it up, James. I'll give it up. That was a 10 out of 10 right there.
Oh, man.
But you're looking at the leaderboard, of course. Shine, I'm gonna be up here, and wow, okay, so we do have top three looking quite competitive here, and Idiosyncrasy kind of creeping up. Solstice and Dawn still looking in a bit of trouble here in the first season, but honestly, a pretty competitive, top three here. Only 20 points apart from 170 to 150.
And remember, only the top two keep their sponsor for the next season as well. And so while Dawn and Solstice seem to be a little bit out of the running here, Idiosyncrasy kind of falling far behind. But you win one tournament here, you gain a lot of points, and so it's never really out of the reach for a lot of these players. They just need to get a good win in there, and then just some more consistency, which is what Jonathan Tanay and Shine, and I'm not even sure if did Razo win one of these yet, or has he just been super consistent week after week? Because Shine and Jonathan Tanay both have won one tournament. Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. Tanay is actually second place was the highest that he
Lots
got.
of seconds. Yes.
Yeah. That's right. So there you go. But that's a good indication right there. So we have Shine, who won an event and now is in first place. Jonathan Tanay, who's been doing really well, got second place right up there. And Razo, who's just been super consistent week after week after week up there. So you can see a lot of different roads to getting up there. So you can't count any of the other three players out just yet. Definitely can get in there if they can just win one good tournament and just stay consistent for the rest of the weeks. They definitely can get in that running as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Idiosyncrasy was, on the lower half and now shooting up to 83 points after getting that win, right? So even like getting that one win, but we also notice like Idiosyncrasy does have that one win, but players like Razo or Jonathan Tanay, when you're consistently able to get in the top fives, the top threes, that's a lot it's just a lot more valuable than just getting that one win, but not having the overall consistency. So many different ways the points can go. And if you are consistently getting into that top 5, top 3, then like you can you're also gatekeeping some of the other players as well on the way there, right? So
Yeah, absolutely. So, and again, these sponsors, I mean, shout outs to them. They had the sponsor tags at Frosty Faustings at CEO. It's the sponsors who are funding them to travel to these events as well. So, again, shout outs to all of our Series E sponsors. I know this is Razer Week here. And again, I've talked about how much Razer has had their fingers in the FGC pie for so long. But Intel, Splash, Nerf, Vizio, Excedrin, this is all kind of new to a lot of these guys here sponsoring people in the fighting game scene, right? So obviously this is, part of the Series E here and everything. But, I really hope that they have been, really pleased with, not just the performance of their player, but the appreciation that, that a lot of these fighting game players have been giving them and the interaction that they've been getting over here. And, people have often talked about like, oh, FGC needs to go to PC so we can get endemic sponsors. It's not about that, right? If we can show the value to a lot of these other guys out here, like I said, Excedrin, Vizio, Nerf, Splash, and Intel, along with Razer, and just show them how much we appreciate them helping the FGC out. I think that's really, really important because who doesn't want an audience of, 18 to 30 some people, year olds, playing video games all day?
yeah.
We're a valuable audience here for you guys.
Absolutely. And it looks like we are going to be looking for another set, maybe some connection issues or some other of the sort, but maybe might have House of Bacon versus Jonathan Tene coming up next. Not too sure what production is cooking up for us, but nonetheless, really just the Series E is so important for me as well. Oh, wow. Okay. Looks like we are going to get the Zato Ditto, but I just Series E is just able to bring out so many talented players to so many different events, right? Like flying out, Razo to all these different events and Razo showing up and doing well alongside with all these other players, right? And giving these players the chance, and getting that chance in esports is really hard to do. So the fact that Series E is giving the chances to these players to show off their talent and really have a chance out there in the world of competition is just fantastic.
Yeah, make a name for themselves. And again, we've seen that kind of success already. And I mean, obviously we'll probably get a new set of players sponsored, except for the top 2 finishers, as we have mentioned. I wouldn't be surprised if, some of these sponsors are looking at guys like Adventure, House of Bacon here,
Right.
These players making these deep runs all the time, so.
Yeah, and even in other esports, in Apex, TSM signed one of the players from one of the esports arena teams, from Series E. Like, that's crazy, right? And it just really shows the bridge is so important. And it's something that is definitely not too developed in the world of esports. But with that, House of Bacon actually going to take the first round versus Jonathan. Now, when you're looking at both these players, you might think Jonathan is probably going to be the one with the advantage here because Jonathan usually places a bit higher. But that's not always the case when it comes to these mirrors, right?
Yeah, and in fact, one of the very first tournaments that Bacon showed up in, if I'm not mistaken, this match happened before, and I think House of Bacon actually took it over Jonathan Tene. So I think Bacon actually has a 1-0 record in Series E over Jonathan, so we'll see if Jonathan can try to get revenge, if my memory serves me correct.
Oh yeah, for sure. And maybe House of Bacon has been on the Zato train, since day one. I'm not too sure how long House of Bacon has been playing it, but like we mentioned earlier, Jonathan was a soul main in the very beginning of Strive, and very wise decision. Soul is a very powerful character on release.
But as we mentioned, takes a while. A nice block on the dust. He was ready for it. Okay. Oh, he baits out the burst. The Shark Super for the damage, as you mentioned, and there we go. Kaboom! And House of Bacon gonna take game number 1.
Yeah, very back and forth set there. Jonathan was able to take that second set, but the awareness on that Shark Super, it's when you can just close out the game, especially against another character like Zato, lower health pool, lower guts, right? You can
Mm-mm.
definitely get away with just closing it out there. Great stuff, great management. And against these setup characters, you got to be very aware of that tap dust situation, right? Being able to block low and then block the tap dust. It's very hard to react to, but you just generally got to be ready for it. You do have that little visual cue, but most characters have to go tap dust and they have to burn meter to combo off of it. But if you got a character like Zato that has an Eddie, or if you have minions like Jackal and you're able to combo off of that and just get the string and the wall break.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of times tap dust, it's hard to react to and block on seeing it compared to obviously the full dust launch. But the thing about it is, if you are aware of it and you're looking out for it, the chances of you being able to react to it and block it is much more important. So a lot of the times it's not just about how fast you can react to the orange spark that you see. It's you have to anticipate the orange spark. You have to be sitting there waiting to look for it and holding down the whole entire time, because that is the main overhead that Zato's going to try to hit you with. Oh, he baited the YRC with break the law. Dude, he just was like yoink out of there.
Can't RC anything that's not there.
Oh my goodness, what a read by Jonathan. Oh, that was
breaking the
gross.
law, breaking the rules, just not even on the map. We talked about how important Roman cancel is, but can't Roman cancel someone that's not there. And these counter pokes against the Eddies are going to be so key in the mirror here. And I mean, just key in general when you're fighting Zato. It's very important to like space right outside of Eddie and try to like poke Eddie out. Like Nago has like 2S, it's a very great tool at that. And even for Zato, has amazing range on the normals to trying to be out of that range and whiff punish that.
But House of Bacon looking strong here this round again, trying to go up 2-0 against Jonathan. And of course, Jonathan using the black Zato over here, House of Bacon with the glowy orange one. Oof. All right. Nice. There you see that counter poke of that 5P again. Something that we've credited Jonathan Tanay with great usage of, but House of Bacon equally as adept at using that. And there we go. You see the sword activation just to get the drills, the continued pressure to the corner, the lockdown. There's that 5P again, finding the reversal of the situation.
Ooh, taking down Eddie with the 5P. Yeah, that's such a big deal here. But this time, yeah, and oh man, that was a rough scenario as well. House of Bacon did have some meter, but not being able to use it. Jonathan Tanay tying things up, maybe being a little bit more seasoned or a little bit more prepared in this mirror. Even, I mean, just thinking back how popular Zato has gotten, I mean, it has to be a matchup that Zato players have now gotten more familiar with, or maybe has had more chances to just play out the mirror, right? I feel like if you were a Zato main early on in the game, you probably didn't play the mirror much.
No, and it's funny too, because I see Trash Can Magic joking about how he hates mirror matches and that they all like suck to play and everything. I mean, honestly, one of the genius things about fighting games is that when you're not playing a mirror match, usually the distance between you and your opponent gives one character an advantage over the other, because you're like, oh, I can hit you from here, but you can't hit me. Dude, when you play a mirror match, every range is 50-50. And so when you're playing neutral in a mirror match, you're like, do I go to this distance? Do I go to that distance? Because if I go into this distance where my move will hit him, that means they can hit me because they're using the same character. And so, yeah, mirror matches definitely feel just like they feel weird and awkward.
Right. Because I mean, the great thing about just general like fighting matchups, right, is wow, that was great.
Yeah, the sword just missed.
Yeah, but the great thing about fighting games that's like fun, or feels fun to me, is when you have to be like, okay, your tools against my tools, and how do they interact with each other, yada yada, right? But with the mirror, I feel like most players don't really enjoy it that much because it takes that away, because it's like, well, we both have the same tool.
Right. I can't spinning pile drive you if you can spinning pile drive me. This is not fair. That's my weapon.
The funniest thing is when you steal stuff from your opponent mid-match, because you're like, oh wow, that like I can do that, or you did that to me, like that's the funny thing.
All right, here come. Oh no, House of Bacon's got to back off now because that Eddie meter is empty here. Jonathan A still got it. Gonna spend the whole thing instead of trying to recall Eddie. Gets the counter hit, and look at him biding that time. That whole sequence right there had no Eddie, and now he's able to get Eddie back. And let's see if he can do the same thing again here. Yeah, Eddie Gage is building up, and he was able to. Actually, no, House of Bacon right there just got out of the corner. So.
Yeah, and Jonathan has already multiple times taken out, House of Bacon's Eddie like on respawns. That's a huge W when you're able to achieve that, right? And with RC as well, you see Zato mains use it a lot, just using RC to buy time. You do slow down the time in the game, but you don't slow down the time for the Eddie respawn timer. So a fantastic way to slow things down. And Jonathan, they're going to go ahead and take game number 3, maybe kind of catching on to some of House of Bacon setups. And like I said, when especially in the mirror, if House of Bacon's Zato or the Eddie just comes up, and like right when Eddie gets sent out, gets taken out again, you got to think back to back, respawn timers. That is a long time that you do not have Eddie, and that's going to be such a big deal with this mirror. I mean, usually with the Zato matchup, it really comes down to how the opponent manages to take out Eddie as much as possible. So same is going to apply here, but it's kind of like just both players actually.
Yeah. There we go. Jonathan today gets the Eddie called out. Here comes the corner pressure. He actually manually recalled Eddie so that he was able to build it back faster. If you ever see the bar is white and filling up, you can actually manually kind of like put Eddie away, and then the meter builds up super fast. Or you just throw out a sword, and that's it, and you get Eddie right back.
Yep. Or just have 50 tension forehead.
All right, here we go. The Shark. So he's going for the damage as opposed to the rebuilding the Eddie, because he had recalled Eddie himself manually. So he got Eddie back, but wasn't able to get the guaranteed meaty afterwards. Doesn't matter. Jonathan Tanay gets in there, takes that round. He is at match point.
Yeah, both players even just didn't want to bring out the Eddie immediately. You saw the respect from both players coming out. They don't want their Eddie to get taken out immediately, and that's the mind games that comes with this matchup. Beautiful 6P coming out from Jonathan though.
Trying to punish, break the law, actually couldn't get it on its way up, even with a move as fast as 5P. Came up in between the two punches. Okay, watch out again for the tap dust. Yeah, you can see them micro standing up every once in a while because they're kind of expecting it. Nice use of the YRC. I love that decision by Jonathan today. Look at this, the all Eddie combo. There's only 2 hits in there that were not Eddie.
Yeah.
And he's using everything he's got to try to take this round, but it's not going to work. House of Bacon there taking the first round. So yeah, Jonathan did not want to deal with another round. He used his burst, he used the YRC, he used everything. But now coming into this round with basically nothing.
Yeah, huge resources burned here. Jonathan almost feeling like trying to brute force the way of that round there. We'll see if it comes to fight back here. House of Bacon maybe has a chance to force a game 4 with a PRC, but nothing to come of it.
Yeah, he tried to jump up for the air throw. He predicted that Bacon was going to go right. Bacon went left, so didn't quite catch him. But very even on life here. Tried to get in a nice 6P. Of course, Zato does not have the ability to cancel 6P. Oh, actually, did they give it to him in one of the patches? I think they did. But here comes Eddie now. Pressure in the corner. Nice throw break!
Into the 5P clash, but this time, House of Bacon's pressure is the one that prevails. Jonathan trying to, put all, went all in with the chips there on the round before, and it came back, and House of Bacon was able to clap back, and now forcing a game 5 situation back on even footings in terms of resources here.
Yeah, honestly, he wanted that round so badly, even though he was down in life. He still had another round to go. He used that burst at the end there because he really wanted to take that round, and then he didn't have it for the next round and wasn't able to escape any sort of situation. I mean, he did get a YRC one time, but again, having that extra burst would have been nice. Wasn't there, and so now 2-2. Let's find out which of these Zatos is. So which one's going to be Zato 1 and which going to be Zato 0?
There can only be one. At least one in winner's bracket for now.
some Running Man Arnold Schwarzenegger jokes here. Sub-Zero, now plane zero.
Oh wow, that Eddie, I mean, right there, House of Bacon's Eddie must have just done the attack first, but it was able to beat out, and that's such a big deal when both players just swing out their Eddies. If you're the one that swung first, then look at all the advantage you get. But Jonathan Tanay is able to set up the Sword Super. There's the tap does for the wall break here, and man, Jonathan starting things off right here, game 5.
Oh, and then the 2S right out of the gate, right after the transition, finding its mark. Here we go. Now Jonathan Tanay, match point. And again, we saw how close those points were and how vital every placement advance that they can get in these tournaments is to maintaining their sponsors.
Get the connection, but the pressure is on. Gets the grab here through RC, blocks everything here, but the overhead comes through the side switch.
Oh, the PRC into the anti-air. He just needs one more hit. And you see he's just floating in the sky. He's like, okay, there it is. Gets the jump attack, and he's going to end up taking it. Jonathan Tanay defeating House of Bacon in the Zato mirror. But again, he just started off that round so well, got so much damage early on, that there was really a lot of work for Bacon to have to do to make that comeback, and was just denied by Jonathan Tanay. Nicely done.
Yeah, that last stretch was so fantastic from Jonathan. We saw the Jonathan wait out like that, the hoverfly, right? Just like hovering in the air. House Bacon was hovering in there, waited till the very last moment, knew he was running out of time, PRC'd, got onto the other side, went with the anti-air, because at that point all resources were burned there, and Jonathan was able to get that hit. And even when Jonathan was on the defense hovering in the air at the end there, was able to come down and eliminate House of Bacon's Eddie and was able to seal the deal there. So Jonathan just really playing that last stretch phenomenal there in terms of all the resource management, just landing the hits where he needed them to, and getting the run back versus House of Bacon. So Jonathan, it was still really close though, game 5.
Yeah, I mean, here's my Eddie, right? So
yeah, there you go.
I would toss the cat like as a gaping maw, and I mean, I guess I probably wouldn't get banned from Twitch or anything like that, but you know, oh man, no, I love my cat. I would never throw my cat. I would never ever throw my cat.
James cat meter is back up.
Oh man, but thank you guys for tuning in to some Guilty Gear Strive action here for Series E, week after week after week after week. Amazing matches, amazing players, and just the highest quality Guilty Gear you could ask for. The next match we're going to have is going to be Shine versus Idiosyncrasy coming up here. If we can't get Days and Mira to finish out. No, I think we are going to do Shine and Idiosyncrasy next. And again, this is where it gets interesting, because these next two sets here are Shine and Idiosyncrasy, and then Razzo versus Dawn. And again, those are Nerf, Splash, Intel, and Razor. And we've seen how close the points are for these players. So yeah, there's definitely some gatekeeping going on over here. So yeah, definitely going to be some hard feelings here.
And just to show like how competitive, Series E, these tournaments are, right? Just in general, every week we have here Shine versus Idiosyncrasy. The last 2 weeks, these are our winners, and they're challenging each other in winners round 2. So incredibly stacked. It's so hard to just, in my opinion, just generally see this tournament. But man, we're gonna get started here. Shine already doing half of Idiosyncrasy's health here. The burst being forced, and Shine just starting off everything right here.
Look, Nago definitely has a chance for comeback. So, I mean, I can see that burst. Nice YRC on the Beyblade, guaranteed YRC. And now getting the burst out of Shine. So now resources are pretty equal here. So that's important. And this is the pressure. And I've mentioned this before that, as much as Pots don't like the Eno matchup, I think they dislike this matchup even more. This is a very tough matchup. Oh no, what was Idiosyncrasy doing? He got hit. Oh, he's going to RC.
That's life. That is your life.
What a great job right there for him to maximize the damage off of that, knowing exactly how many resources he has.
Goodness, and the fact that you can cancel the normals into the specials there, you're able to really get through that armor. The armor, can only take one hit.
Right. to the corner. RC keeping the pressure going. Catches him with the Beyblade. Oh, God. You know, I mean, for a character with range and damage and guts and everything, he also has some of the scariest offensive pressure in the game.
Yep.
Oh, wall bounce, yeah. A nice reaction to the wall bounce gets him into another meaty Garuda.
Yeah, especially at that max 2S distance, right, with the two blood bars, you really can't do much as Pot after the first 2S, right? And then from there, it's just like, well, here's like 2 more 2Ss that you can't deal with. But thinking of 2S, I guess Garuda is Shine's 2S, huh?
Oh my God!
Was that 5?
Totally fair and balanced move.
That was
totally fair and balanced move.
I think that might have been 4, but I think it was 5.
I think it was 5. I think it was 5.
To be fair, the last one he comboed into it, right? So, like, does the 5th one really count? But he definitely did 4.
It counts. It counts. Garuda is such a good move. Totally fair and balanced. Oh man. But
like
you know what?
He
To be fair,
I will admit he needs it.
And to be fair, if you're a Nago player, you can't go and talk about broken moves. You have the Beyblade, the Switchblade, the Swiss Army knife, I'm sorry, of fighting game moves.
Gets you in, pressures, 0. You can do it after a normal, like, oh my goodness. Look at that,
Just like that.
Just like that, right, and then going through that armor can only take 1 hit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Pot's main tool for breaking through like these long-range pokes, right? To at least force the knockdown.
Super for the wall splat. Gets good damage off of this.
And
yeah, I mean, Potemkin is actually the 2nd strongest when it comes to guts, but Nago actually has him beat.
Wow, that's I would think that Pot would have more guts. That's crazy. I guess being a vampire is just crazy.
I think Potemkin has more natural starting guts, but once the life gets low, I think Nago's is better, and those two combined together makes it so that Nago is just a little stronger.
Oh wow, I did not know guts changes to your percentage of health. That's interesting.
Yeah. So I think, try to look here. Yeah. So for example, here Potemkin has a natural defense of 0.93, so everything does 93% damage, but his guts is 3. So the guts kicks in later on, but it's only at 3, whereas Nagoriyuki has a defense of 96%, but his guts is 4. So starting off, he takes a little bit more damage, but once the guts kicks in, it makes it so he's harder to kill at the end.
I guess Vampire Samurais kind of go through it. Must be tough.
Yeah, look, man, vampires live like for a bazillion years, right?
Yeah.
Oh man. Here we go.
All right, we'll
Back to this. And again, we're tied 1-1 between these two players. And this one is crucial here because, like you said, idiosyncrasy was, oh my God. Oh, you're getting,
yeah.
Stop, no.
And the Kara cancel is needed there to keep the Garuda chain going, right? Because, you know, so every time you see the Garuda, but a little boost forward, it is that Kara cancel, and you absolutely need that to keep the pressure going. If you don't,
what? It stopped the mirror. He didn't get it out in time. Okay, here we go.
Kicks. We got the kicks on deck with the 6H.
Can going here. Just going for the 2P, just a crouching punch. Woo. Okay.
And you see that wall break scenario is way different without the super, right? Both players kind of get that chance to get it there.
Yeah. And shout outs to Miss Luke typing in the chat as well. Potemkin effective health is 589. Nagoriyuki's is 590. And, you know, guts there, it comes into play. It definitely comes into play because there's a lot of ability to, quote, skip guts with high damaging moves. God. Ah!
The tap dust to end everything off. Such a smart move coming up from Shine, because you usually don't expect the tap dust from, you know, like from Pot at least, right? Without
Right.
meter. Like you'd expect it maybe with meter, but so sneaky to squeeze that in when you only need the tap dust to get the round. That's when you can get some
Yeah.
intense value off it. Really heads up play there from Shine.
Yeah. One of the trickiest things about guts is that it's either on or off. So let's say your guts kicks in when you're at 1/4 health. If you're 1/4 +1 and I pop buster you, I get full damage of the pop buster.
Right.
If you're at exactly that 1/4 and I pop buster you, I get a damage scaled pop buster. So it's really interesting that guts can sometimes kind of be avoided a little bit. It's really weird.
You can min-max it essentially.
Yeah. All right.
Another
Ooh, there's
tap.
that tap dust again, just like you said.
Goodness. Yeah, I guess, yeah, just getting hit there, trying to FD with the low as well. So right now, Shine has turned this around. You just think you're see opening up pretty strong here, and like you said, this matchup can be pretty rough for Potemkin, but Shine has shown many times he will grind through these hard matchups. But just as I say it, Edo Secrecy lining up this round win, at least with the wall break here. Gonna have the Oki, gonna have the mix here, gonna PO forward in that 2S.
Yeah,
A
for
lot of blood.
oh, God, there we go. Finally gets that hit, and with the perfect at 81 seconds. Just as an FYI for people out there, if you guys want to know all the guts. Oh God, he did it! He just did the Kara Pop Buster at the start of the round. That's the ultimate call out right there. But FAT, great app out there, frame assistant tool. Has Guilty Gear Street Fighter V stuff in there. It has all the defense modifiers and guts information in that app.
You're just
for
think
your
you're done. Ooh. Wow. That, I think that was just 2 hits. That was wild. I mean, I guess when you start the round off with a Pop Buster, you might have some kind of advantage.
I mean, the crazy thing is, like, not only starting the round off with a Pop Buster like that, doing like 33% to Nago or whatever like that, the mental damage is like, I gotta start this fight at like only 2/3 health. What the heck? And he read me. Oh God! And it's just, yeah, there is definitely some mental damage in that situation.
Yeah, and you know, it is you have to take it all into. Let's just say the Pot Buster animation isn't the quickest. You have a lot of time to think about your mistakes.
Hang on, I'm typing into the chat the name of the app right there. FAT, Frame Assistant Tool. A very, very useful application for phones. I carry it with me everywhere. I mean, it's vital as a commentator. It makes me definitely sound a lot smarter than I actually am. So
Yeah, I think for you know, since I'm from Smash, the one I use is called Ultimate Frame Data, and a lot of these frame data sites, they used to just be websites, but I love the transition that we're now getting where they're creating applications for it, so you can just, you know, go onto the, you know, the Google Play Shop or whatever, just download it, and it is like ready to go. And it, like, as a commentator, it's just like phone pull right outside the camera shot. Like, okay, you see this? Oh, actually, no, you don't. And bang, I sound super smart. Like, let's go.
Right, exactly. Sitting here reading off all the numbers of Nago and Potemkin damage ratings and stuff.
Like, you know,
yeah, I have that completely memorized for sure.
All right, so we're gonna throw it over to Yeso real quick to get a rundown of our last match. Oh, okay.
Oh,
sorry.
actually, no. Actually, we're going to keep going. Okay. So it looks like we're going to be going to the next match, which should be Razzo versus Dawn. Again, Razzo with a good amount of points. And Dawn, we saw, was at the bottom end of that graphic that we saw earlier there with 30 points here. So this is very crucial for him. So this is a big match for him. To try to take this over Razzo and try to get a little bit further into the bracket to amass a good amount of points right now.
Yeah, and it is Razor Week. So definitely a layer of pressure or a layer of power up here for Dawn. Now, Razzo is you know, has been one of the top placing players in the Series E tournament and just, you know, throughout a lot of these big tournaments, right? Frosty Fausting got second place and just has been placing really well. So fantastic player here. We'll see if Dawn can overcome this matchup.
Right, and again, two characters that excel in offense, and that is the main thing. And again, Stroke the Big Tree from Ino is a low attack. It's kind of the basis of her game. Stroke the Big Tree being a low, the dash attacks all being highs. Of course, you can all mix around with them because you can also do the empty dash into a low, etc., etc. And that's why Ino's offense is terrifying. But hey, look, if you've got a flash kick, you just get right through there.
Yeah,
it's like
so important, right? That layer of defense, that layer of respect when you have to deal with like a flash kick or just like Solar Kai or Chip, having those DPs always available and ready with that frame one intangibility and get up. So much respect that you have to give.
Yeah, and another thing though, I mean, to be fair though, Ino does have a ton of safe jump setups that will cause that to miss. But okay, thank you for demonstrating that for me, guys.
Right
okay.
on cue, right on
Appreciate it. So if you don't know what a safe jump is, had Razzo not done the flash kick, Ino would have landed the jump attack. But because Razzo did the flash kick, Ino was only like 3 frames away from landing. So she does the jump attack, it whiffs, she lands, and then is able to block the flash kick because the flash kick takes a few frames before it hits. It doesn't hit right away. So there's that tiny little window there that you can get a jump attack on somebody that if they do an invincible move, you can land and block. If they don't, they block your jump attack and you get pressure. And it's really, really good.
Yeah, and the great thing about safe jump, it's applicable in like so many different fighting games, right? So you're gonna see it in not only Guilty Gear, but just also like a bunch of other fighting games as well.
Yeah, especially games like Street Fighter, King of Fighters, which just came out, has a ton of safe jump setups as well. Some really easy ones, like Boo Mary has a move that she just knocks you down. You just hold up forward, and it's automatic safe jump. Not that I'm bitter or angry or anything about that, but
yeah, that one came to mind pretty quickly, James.
All right, okay. Guilty Gear, we're playing Guilty Gear. Good job, Razzo. Good job. All right, Razzo, taking that game here. Not angry or bitter or anything. So.
But yeah, safe jump's definitely something that it's always like a bittersweet kind of thing. It just depends if you're the character with the DP or not. But yeah, I mean, it is very nice to have that because you know, just having that extra layer of mix when you have that flash kick or DP or just any frame one intangible option that doesn't take meter. It's a very big thing to have and a very big thing to respect. So the fact that you do have an option that is a little safer to go for against those kind of options is always great to have.
Yeah, it's absolutely such a powerful tool to have. Oh, nice cross, but didn't go for anything. I think he was trying to bait the burst, and now there we go. There's the burst from Don. Here you go, gets the knockdown. You got to deal with this pressure. Yep, crouched a little too early. That jump dust catching you, and now through the wall. Yep, with the super, big damage.
Yeah, the high-low is it's so hard, but or is the Ino player gonna go for the double high, right? Like that's the mix that Ino brings to the table. So many different high-low mixes because of that unique air dash putting her in the air.
An anti-air counter hit into super. This is gonna hurt. Yeah, Dawn is down. Oh man. Yeah, actually, no, Alex, there are a ton of safe jumps in Street Fighter V. There are a lot of setups for that, but it is rare because a lot of times it'll happen after like crush counter sweeps because then they can't roll or quick rise or something like that. But they're there. They're definitely there. Oof.
What a call out, and that's a 50-meter getting burned there from Razzo, but oh my goodness, Razzo just turning it around the burst. Okay, he's gonna come through the air grab though, just tossing Ino to the side there, and Razzo making quick work of game number 2. My God.
I just love that air throw pose of Leo when he kills you. He's just like frozen. He's just like, like he's just like totally, he's like, wow, get out of here. It's almost like he's like anime tossing a frisbee, or like you expect to see like anime basketball pass. Like,
yeah,
whoa,
Leo knows where the camera is for sure. Leo knows where the cameraman is. One of my favorite air throws is Nago just kind of like flips you and just like, like
yeah, he doesn't care.
He's flipping the table like
finger roll, man. Got the George Gervin right there. Just gets the finger roll, the Iceman.
Yep.
That's so I mentioned old school video games. That was some old school basketball for you there. Okay,
there you go.
So.
But man,
Oh
Razo
man.
looking very dominant here, and these two characters pretty prominent in the meta. I know Eno wasn't so much in the beginning, the early phases of Guilty Gear, but after those round of buffs and players like Diaphone and a bunch of
Mhm.
other fantastic players pushing the characters meta, really discovering this character's strengths, we're seeing a lot more Eno throughout tournament brackets.
Yeah, yeah. And yes, confirmed Smatwada. It is Bean is not in the tournament this week. So.
Our solo chip representation.
Yep.
It's like
Right,
Bean,
yes.
Adventure. Like we always have like the. I'm always happy to see him in the bracket because the character variety is always there with those.
Yep. They're always the character heroes, essentially. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. Left-right
Goodness.
mix-up turned into a throw mix-up instead. All right, but here comes Don with an opportunity. Got a block, though, and now you got to deal with the mix. Didn't watch the ankles, got hit low, and there it goes.
Yeah, and you guys hear us talk about high-low mix-ups. Well, the great thing about Leo is there's add 2 more directions to that. It's a 4-way mix. You can get left, right, up, down. Where is this character going? I don't know if it's for sure, but Leo definitely feels like one of the hardest characters in the game to watch. It's very difficult to have defense against Leo.
Yeah. Oh, and now Razo just won. Oh, no, that was it. That was it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought that was the
Game
first
3.
round, too. Wow.
Oh, that's not. I'm
All
sorry,
right,
Don.
Razo, it's round 2 winners.
Oh.
It's round 2 winners. You 3-0 your opponent in round 1 winners,
Right.
and then round 2 winners is when the game 4 and 5 start. Dang it! Sometimes the players don't stick to the script, but
Yeah, I know, right?
what can you say?
Oh, but there you go. So Razo is gonna move on versus Don. I do see some people talking about this, and I know obviously we're here watching Guilty Gear, and we're celebrating Guilty Gear, but I love all fighting games. Honestly, like I see people in the chat, especially our producer Connie here, talking about like KOF and stuff.
Yeah.
If you're watching this and you might be thinking about getting into it, go look up Dandy_J on YouTube and on Twitter. Go watch his 2 KOF tutorial videos. There's a long form one and there's a short one that he just released a few days ago. Those will help you a lot. The game is very different than a lot of other fighting games. It's very jump heavy. It's very movement based. But the latest video that Dandy J just put out is beautiful for teaching you that KOF, like he calls it the KOF zone, and the game is all about controlling one particular space on the screen.
Oh,
And
that's
so
cool.
it's a wonderful video to help you, honestly. But again, we're here playing some some Guilty Gear. Again, I talk about all the fighting games because I genuinely love all the fighting games, and I feel like the more we prop all the fighting games up, the better it is for our community, for our scene together.
Absolutely.
I don't consider the fighting games competition at all. I feel like we're all one happy family because the people that you bring into Guilty Gear may go to KOF. The people you bring into KOF may eventually find Guilty Gear, and that's the game they end up loving. Well, however it works, whatever is their gateway entry, game, it's just good for us. So there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, some fighting games like keep the legacy knowledge in,
Mhm.
and some fighting games they'll like
Yep.
transfer it from game to game. So it'll cause players to jump to other games and stuff. But that's definitely not a bad thing, right? And KOF definitely the most recent fighting game that came out.
Mhm.
Pretty big debut there. I've definitely seen some Twitter clips, and one thing, the super shout out is like even just general Twitter or YouTube. I'm so happy that more of the FGC players and content creators
Mhm.
are putting stuff out there, because back in the day it was really hard to find that educational content to learn how to do even like basic bread and butters and stuff like that for specific characters, right? And now there's a great abundance of that, and that's always good to see, because that's another way to get people into fighting games, is like through huge platforms like Twitter or YouTube, right? Like I remember the first KOF the reason why I like knew about KOF coming out, but the first Twitter clip I saw of it was like Terry getting a power geyser against someone in the air, and then it like goes to a 0 to death. And I was just like, it's just funny because Terry's in Smash too, right? So it's like,
right. Yeah, I was about
oh,
to
hey,
say Terry from Smash.
I was
There
like,
you go.
hey, there's Terry, good old Terry Bogard, just shooting fires from his fist.
Yeah, and again, it's great because as much as we make the joke about Terry from Smash, I mean, I know a lot of Street Fighter players who went to Tekken 7 because Akuma was in there,
Yeah, yeah.
etc. It's a beautiful thing. So I hope a lot of Smash players do try out KOF, and if they see Terry and they're like, "Hey, there's that one girl that's in the background,"
Yep, yep.
maybe that works out. So, but let's throw it over to Yeso, and let's see if he has any thoughts about King of Fighters. No, I'm just kidding. About this Guilty Gear tournament.
You know what, James? I appreciate the thought, but you definitely don't want to come to me for thoughts on KOF. I am definitely an FGC pleb in general, and KOF is definitely not a series that I have any background knowledge in. But, it is exciting to see my Twitter timeline just flooded with all kinds of hype for KOF. The FGC definitely seems excited about it, and that's awesome. I'm all for more fighting games coming out that people are stoked about. It's been fun to watch all of the excitement around Guilty Gear Strive over the last year. And if King of Fighters has the same kind of thing, that's great. I'm here for it. But let's focus more back onto what we've been watching so far today. Of course, we just finished Winners Round 2, which is the quarterfinals on the winner's side. And let's just rattle through our matches here that we just saw. Mira and Days, I believe we just saw one game there, but Days did get DQ due to connection issues, which is unfortunate. Hope everything's cool with Days over there, but that does mean Mira moves on. And look, Mira, obviously not necessarily the way that she would want to get that win, but I think Mira has got to be feeling good getting into winners semis. Is going to have a matchup with Jonathan Tanay, which should be a very fun match. I'm looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a tight one. I'm looking forward to hopefully 5 games in that matchup, so I'm excited about that. Meanwhile, as we run down, Jonathan Tanay and House of Bacon going to 5 games. That was a great series there. Of course, Jonathan moves on, winning 3-2, and will match up with Mira. Now on the other side of the bracket, Shine and Idiosyncrasy, and Shine taking a pretty strong 3-1 win in that matchup. I'm going to have to make a point, if you guys watched Series Recap a couple of weeks ago, I did kind of a nice deep dive on a lot of the win rate statistics and average placement for a lot of the players, and I really want to go back and look at some specific matchup stats and see kind of how our Series E pros are doing against each other. So I'm going to make a point of doing that here in the near future. May have some of those stats for you guys next week. So, but Shine takes that win against Idiosyncrasy. Meanwhile, in the other Series E Pro grudge match, it was Razo and Dawn, and Razo 3-0 there. Razo looking in form today, and we're going to get another Razo and Shine matchup. This has kind of been a classic this season. Those matchups always deliver. We get them later on in brackets, and they're always fun to watch, and I'm certainly looking forward to it. But the 4 left standing on the winner's side, of course, Mira, Jonathan Tanay, Shine, and Razo. All looking good so far today. I think it's set us up for a very entertaining and exciting winners semifinals into winners finals, and it's going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to it. Just a quick peek down towards the losers bracket just to see kind of where everybody stands at this point. Solstice still alive, does beat Idiosyncrasy in that losers round 2 matchup. Dawn will match up with Hotashi. That's going to be a tough test there for Dawn. Meanwhile, House of Bacon still alive, and Flash moving on due to the DQ of Hayes. So we're almost down to our top 8 here. The winner of Dawn versus Hotashi will set the full top 8, and things then get really fun. So I'm looking forward to it. But right now, I believe we are ready to go back to James and Charles here. And production says, yeah, so let's do that. James, Charles, it's winter semifinals. Take it away.
All right. Series E, we're going to continue on the winner's side of bracket here. Winner semis, of course, just a reminder, it is Razer week, so shout outs to Razer and all the products and all the support they're giving and have been giving to the FGC. Yeah. And we're going to have Mira versus Jonathan Tanay coming up. So really excited for this one. Mira has just been tearing things up lately as of like the last 2 to 3 weeks, especially on these net play tournaments, and the soul has been coming through. The damage is sweeping through, and the main thing for Mira is Mira always finds creative ways to get in with soul, which is so important as a soul player, right? And the thing about, if you play soul, obviously one of the more popular characters, but that can also be, a disadvantage. You are never going to come in against your opponent and they're not going to know how to play against Soul. They're going to have the Soul experience. They're going to be ready for all the different kinds of things Soul can do, which is why when you do play these meta characters, you got to get real creative.
Yeah, and one thing that I do want to add, there is some unfortunate news. Days and Mira couldn't get their connections back together, and I guess it was more just Days' internet or something to that degree. So Days did have to be DQ'd into the losers bracket. Hopefully they'll be. Oh no, actually they're just out of the tournament, so they got DQ'd out of the tournament. It looks like because Flash ended up winning over Days in the losers bracket 0-0. So I think Days just wasn't able to connect anymore. So Flash moved on and was able to defeat House of Bacon. House of Bacon did defeat Alethea, but lost the Flash. And then Solstice defeated Idiosyncrasy. That meant Mira jumped forward, and that's why Mira is going up against Jonathan today right now.
Yeah, Jonathan, we talked about having experience versus the character. Well, the only thing you can get better than that is if you main the character. And Jonathan Tene's got that on deck against him.
And sometimes, even if you main the character, you don't know how to fight your own character. At least that happens to me, okay? I get bodied by my own character because I have no practice fighting against it, you know? Are they going to continue? I think they're going to continue. Obviously, we have a little bit of connection issues here. And, I mean, as we talk about this golden age of rollback netcode and stuff like that, obviously, these games like Strive, like KOF, they're doing their best to try to fix as much of these network issues that we're running into. This is not an easy problem to solve. Netcode isn't just something that you're just like, let's just make netcode work. Like, it's not how it works, guys. As a former programmer, I can tell you this is not easy. Oh boy.
The wonders of the internet, right? And so many different factors. It's not just, there's one connection, two connections, multiple connections, the servers, right? How it's formatted. There's so many different things to worry about here. But it looks like everything kind of fixing itself up here. Jonathan gonna start things off. Second round here with the wall break. A ton of damage on the Mira, but the burst is available for Mira, and Mira is on the offense.
Yep, here we go towards the corner. Try to do a backdash into shimmy, but the BRC gonna give Jonathan Tene a preview of what Mira is doing. And here we go. There's that sword super, gives him the free Eddie. And Mira did not see the tack dust, so gonna get caught by that. Again, when you're blocking Zato in the corner like that, that is something you have to be looking for. Yeah, the YRC and dash forward, but Jonathan doesn't care. Hitting the 5P and then sniping the Bandit Bringer with the Invite Hell. Nicely done. What a wonderful sequence at the end there for Jonathan. And I mean, look, you get YRC'd and then you mash punches. There's a lot of players out there that would be like, that's not a wonderful sequence. That's disrespectful. But you know what? Sometimes you got to disrespect. Sometimes you got to do it.
Sometimes you got to try and cheat your turn back into your favor, right? What if your opponent's going for a run-up grab? There's a lot of different possibilities that could have happened. There are many layers that go into that. And, I mean, the great thing about fighting games is there's, like, very few situations where it's like, yeah, this option is the 100% option, right? Which is what makes fighting games so fun to watch. It's so fun to watch.
And that's the whole mind games of fighting games. And then add on top of that a layer of execution. And I know there's definitely people out there that don't like the execution. I am not one of them. I am a huge fan of it. And I love that human, the factor that allows for the human error. That to me keeps things exciting and fresh.
Yeah, sometimes sloppy matches can be very hype, if that makes any sense.
Yes. Oof, okay. Mira choosing to use the burst, even though no health left. Trying to run away from the Eddie, but he wasn't able to do anything much off of that. Mira can still take this. The burst might still come out and pay off. RC goes for the empty low. There you go.
Clean off the RC as well. That empty low was fast. Like, my goodness.
And I think what that is after the Bandit Bringer, you cancel into the RC, but then I think you fast cancel into a jump heavy, which takes a while to hit. So you just keep the momentum, and then it whiffs as a jump attack because it doesn't come out fast enough. You land and go immediately into the low. If you just do the red RC, it'll sit there for a while, but the only reason why it's so fast is that fast cancel.
Okay, the chicken block comes through here. Oh, the counter hit. This should be your life. It does not need the wall break. Mira gonna even things out here. 1-1. Mike, I thought that you at least needed the wall break, Mira.
So there are those characters in the games that, like I joked about, you know, Soul just feeling good about punching people. If you like Soul Bad Guy, play Terry in King of Fighters 15.
Ooh, okay.
You will have fun. He's like the soul of that game. He just punches people and watches life melt.
Terry's the fire puncher, huh?
Yep.
Punch fire. That is your character archetype.
Oh man.
You see that? Mira just going ahead with the 2C and just disengaging that first Eddie there. So important, but nonetheless, Jonathan still gets out the second Eddie, and what a combo. Wow.
Yeah, and a really, really bad burst on Mira's side because it didn't hit, so now the burst is going to take longer to fill up. But again, I think that was more of a panic burst from Mira because Eddie was definitely not in range for that, or Zato was definitely not in range for that.
Yeah, to be fair, Zato is definitely one of the characters that is a little more harder or complicated to burst against, right? Some of these setup characters like Jacko or Zato, where you're getting hit, and most other characters, when you're getting hit, you can probably burst, right? But, wow, the oppose setups, the oppose!
Yeah, like don't talk to Exert players about Elfelt, okay? They will tell you about non-burstable combos, okay?
Oh, yeah. Elfelt rolling up with the shoddy?
Dude, she could not be bursted anywhere. It was so frustrating to fight against her.
I'm not gonna lie, Elfelt is not a character that I want to see in a reveal trailer for this game. I'm not gonna lie.
The only people who want to see Elfelt are the ones who used her.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Testament and Zappa. Like, all the people are like, I want Testament, and then they watch some XX footage and they're like, oh, I see. I don't want Testament.
You don't want Testament, no.
Oh, man.
All right, wow. So Jonathan going up 2-1 here against Mira as we talk about the characters we don't want back. And you could just tell the amount of pain these characters have caused. So just
it's not Guilty Gear if you don't hate everybody except your own character.
Even Jacko having like the coding that like made her immune to project. There's so many. I saw Jacko and I was worried. I was definitely worried when I saw Jacko.
Oh yeah, don't talk to Zato players about Jacko from Exert, man. They will. You'll see the vein just start throbbing in their head. Oh my god. Oh boy. Yeah, because Eddie was considered a projectile. So when she put that field around her, there was no Eddie.
Imagine fighting against Strive Zato with being immune to Eddie. Like, that would just be the freest matchup.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Imagine just fighting Zato.
Like the entire time. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Okay. Hey, look, I was a Johnny main a long time ago. I want Johnny back, dude. Bring back the handsome boy. All right. Now it's corner. Look at this pressure all the way to the corner. Okay, Mira has been having trouble blocking that tap dust, but that time you saw right there, Mira was expecting it, so she was able to react and block it. She had been forgetting about it for a while there. Here we go. This is gonna get a wall splat. Oh, but a burst at the last second to prevent it.
Okay, that's all the Eddie meter here. This is Mira's time. Okay, the RC gets traded here. Mira running up. Wow. Just out of range, and oh my god, the burst bait. So much damage coming through, but not quite enough. Has to deal with this Eddie. Blue RC trying to get in here, knocking at the door, and Mira gets the opening, but not able to finish it.
Not dead, not dead. Oh, you're running out of life. You've got a faultless defense, everything. Oh, he's gonna try to chip her out from a screen away. No, he can't do the clap loops. The 5P is gonna reach. Oh my god!
Mira had to have pressed something, or you know what I mean? Like that. There's no way it had that much range.
Yeah, no. Mira definitely hit something. Might have been a 6H trying to snipe from downtown or something, but that just interrupted.
Yeah, that area that the 5P covers is so important, and Jonathan will use that move shamelessly. no matter. Such a good.
See, I see God Job saying trading Happy Chaos for Elfeld. I wonder if that's how a Lost Soul would feel as well, getting third place at EVO against some of the toughest Japanese competition with that Elfeld and Exert.
Yeah. Ooh, beautiful. Yep. Even right after the 6-piece is covering himself with the 5-piece, but Mira is going to get this conversion here into the corner, knocking at the door, get the red RC.
Ah, see,
Yep.
you saw there was the mix-up right there from the Bandit bringer into the RC. Remember, last time Mira whiffed the jump H to go for the instant 2K, the crouching kick. This time Mira actually threw out the punch in the sky. And so if you crouched early to block the low, that would have hit you, and then she would have had the combo from there. But the beautiful thing about the jump punch there too is also doesn't cause a lot of block stun. So after blocking that on that mix up, Soul then gets a wild throw or whatever mix up, and
I've seen even multiple punches too. You can go for, like, I don't know if you can sneak in 3, but like I've seen multiple from that setup go into like multiple punches too. So sometimes it's like you wanna block high then block low, but like are they going for the double high? Like Soul in that scenario off of the red RC cancel has a ton of mix. It's very, very hard to block here. And again, we see Mira, she's in a game 5 situation, in that situation. Round 1 winners versus Adventure. We'll see if Mira can clutch it up here against Jonathan Tene. Someone who's gotten top 3 multiple times in this series.
Yeah, but Jonathan also looking for their first win, as we mentioned, second place, the highest that Jonathan has so far attained. And Mira right now trying to end this right here, right quick. Look at this damage.
Yeah, that health bar evaporating right in front of Jonathan's eyes here, and the health is running out. There's the double punch we were talking about, but knock, I'm here. I'm ready to get this game 5 in my favor. Mira with the bar slash on Jonathan.
I see. Lasso just wants the Elfeld because he just likes the character. I understand. Character loyalty is a powerful thing, and it's a testament to fighting games as well. That players, when they play the fighting games, the attachment that you gain to a fighting game character is so common and so prevalent in this genre, and it's because the connection that you have to make with these characters is unlike most video game genres out there. It's like you're going to war with a best friend, and it's hard to shake that feeling a lot of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like you and your main, right? On the battlefield once again.
I mean, the main reason why I'm such a big Cammy fan, like, people just think that, I just think she's hot, but like, she was such a bad character in Super Turbo, and I was a low-tier hero back in the day. And we're going to the last round. Last game, last round.
All right, we'll see who's going to take it here. And it's great, too, with like, main characters, not only the connection to the character, but also the connection you can make with other people, right? Like, it's so easy to start a conversation if you play the same game and also play the same character and stuff like that. Like, all those things are great.
Good. This might be dead. Really? This might be dead. Oh my God!
Mira got the one touch she needed, and with that, you only need a 1 reset and a wall break, and my goodness, the health bar just getting decipated from Jonathan Tene, and yeah, that super is going to wall break Jonathan all the way into the loser's bracket.
God, and right there is the power of Soul. That is why you play Soul, because you get to punch people through walls. If you're one of the people who loved Resident Evil and had Chris punching that rock, Soul is who you play in this game.
Yeah, and you can do it with fire on your fist too. You got your Terrys, your Souls just coming through, fires on deck, just plowing.
Oh yeah. Hotashi jumping in the chat saying, too bad nobody can see my losers run. 3-0 over Adventure, 3-1 over Razor Dawn, 3-0 over Solstice, and now Hotashi is going to be fighting Jonathan Tene for the chance to get back into, unfortunately, Hotashi is not going to be able to try to get revenge against Days, because Days got DQ'd out of the tournament.
Dang,
he's making a long run over here.
Days hit Hotashi with the true win and dip. Like,
Oh man, that was his goal all along. So no.
Oh man, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, but oh man, nonetheless, the next match for Otashi is going to be Jonathan Tene, which has been a grand finals before.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a losers quarters. And again, we said this many times. It shows how stacked this bracket can be. But that is going to be a match to see. But next up, we have the next winner semis, which is Shine and Razzo. These players have faced off against each other quite a bit, even just qualifying for their sponsors. If you really wind back the clock. So.
This is definitely a sponsor match here because both of these players very high up in the points, if I'm not mistaken. Razzo was in third place. Shine is in first place. Only 20 points separating them. So this is a big one right here.
Yep, an OTG right into the Garuda setup. Oh, beautiful anti-air.
Yeah, that's 6P. Potemkin doing the tasty Steve right there. the prayer beads out there.
And you talk about upper body intangibility, but I mean, getting upper body intangibility is Potemkin. I mean, that upper body is pretty large, so it must be nice. Okay, one pot buster's gonna end it. Right on cue, James the Prophet.
Oh man, I was so scared, and it happened. It happened.
The triple Mega Fist combo into the pot buster. What a way to end off that first round after Razzo showing complete and utter control of that first the first round. Shine just sneak it in under there and just getting that round.
Yep. Wow, the 6P hitting backwards. Nice.
Top tier privilege, okay.
I'll do that for you, Trash Can Magic could win EVO 2022 for Guilty Gear. There you go. I have to posit it, right? Because that's how it always happens, actually. Like, this could happen, and it does. So there you go.
That's the commentator OS. You got you can't go all in. You can't go on.
Oh man. Ooh. Yeah, that 5P. Whoa, what a weird
I would assume that's an error. Maybe just hit 3 buttons accidentally. Because
something, yeah.
Some players,
something happened there.
Most players will bind burst to like a button, but you can do it the old school way and just like press the 3 buttons.
Yeah, it could have been. It could have even just been brushing one of those bound buttons. I'm not sure. But here we go. Okay, and now Razzo has his corner position, and again, you know, look, I'm a Potemkin player, so I keep saying this. Oh, Potemkin players all hate this matchup. I mean, I know that a lot of them don't like the Leo matchup. I make Potemkin sound like he's so bad in this game, but he's so strong.
It's so like obviously there's bad matchups, and usually when you hear bad matchup, it's like most of it has to do with the neutral, right? But no matter what, even in a bad matchup in Guilty Gear, once you set up, like, every character has their win condition situation, right? And if doesn't matter what character you are, if you're getting Garuda on Wake Up, like, you're getting Garuda on Wake Up.
Yeah.
And it's just how it is.
And that's the scary thing about Potemkin. You know, he also has a lot of safe Garuda distances where flash kicks will miss or they'll end up clashing and stuff like that. So the powerful thing about Potemkin is no matter who he's fighting, no matter how hard it gets, if he gets you into the Garuda mix-up, he doesn't care who you are. Like, you are in trouble.
Good old Garuda roulette. Take a guess. It could cost half your health.
Oh, you're dead. Oh. Oh man! Oh, that's true. Baiken can parry the Garuda. I didn't even think about it because her parry is a parry on frame 1. So yeah, I think she can just parry the Garuda and then just end up tossing him.
I know some people were saying that it might not be able to because Garuda might be considered a projectile, but it is not. It's not considered a projectile. But if you space Garuda, she still parries it, but you don't get like
too far away. Too far away. Yeah.
But I mean, at least you're not getting guard crush.
Right, exactly.
It's always wonderful.
Yeah, but of course that's just part of the mix-up because, like someone says, like Triclops says in the chat, if you try to parry and he does the pot buster, you're gonna be a sad, sad human.
Very sad.
Oh.
All right.
Oh,
so
man.
Shine evening things up. Yeah, 1-1 here.
And again, Shine with I think it was 170 points versus Razzo's 150 points in the sponsor quest. So again, this is really important for Razzo because he's in the cutoff point. he's the bubble boy right now. He's the one that's, if he can't get any more points, he's 10 points behind second place with this Jonathan Tanay. But you know, it would suck to be this close and still be the one that gets cut off. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, a lot on the line for both of these players here. And I mean, if you're in the top 2, trust me, you want that gap to be as large as possible.
Yeah, you can react to Garuda as Baiken, but then he can PRC it. So, you know, which is even more fun times. Actually, I wonder if the PRC would eat the wake up parry input. It might, actually. I'd have to lab that out.
Oh, yeah, true. And, like, make it so you can punch them, yeah.
Unfortunately, Flash, no, top 8 is not entirely streamed. In fact, I think your next match is going to be offline, off stream as well. It's only when we get to loser semis, I think, that we start streaming the loser side bracket.
Ooh, the 6-piece, such a great move here. The reversal throw, though. Oh, jumping over the Garuda here. Big pressure here for Razo. Both bursts available. Oh, the backdash.
Okay. Yeah, right now, what Shine is doing actually right now is he's controlling the neutral really well. He's doing a good job with that 5H and, you know, slide hit. Oh no, a bad burst right there, but honestly not a huge punish right there. Razo did throw into RC, so there's going to be a lot of scaling on that. And wow, wake up super. We don't see that from Shine a lot, but that's what makes it work so well because you don't expect it. What a flick!
Oh my goodness, the PRC roll through, get the grab, and Shine just sneaking that one in with the PRC. Very great meter usage there.
Actually, I'm curious if Flash is in the chat how he does rate Kai right now, because I remember he rated him pretty high before, but I know the character is, you know, can be Strugglesville.
Right.
Curious how he feels about him right now. Still the same. Okay, cool, awesome. So Flash still with a lot of good feelings about it. That's awesome. I'm glad.
Gotta have faith in your main. Oh my goodness, just like Shine has faith in these pot busters. My goodness. Wow, nice delay there. Block, cross up, but Red RC, but the burst.
Oh, he tried to bait it, but that was such a late burst by Shine. It caught Razo after he landed. Ooh, okay, here we go. Should be able to kill off of this with the even with the guts. Yes, there we go. Whew.
Guts
there
ain't
you
that
go. Yeah, Razo stealing it right there at the end over Shine. Shine looking like he was gonna just advance forward with get to a 2-1 lead, but nicely done to Razo right there for the comeback and taking that. And again, like I said, it's more important right now. Well, it's just as important for either of them, but it's more crucial right now for Razo to try to get more points because he is in third place. He is the bubble boy right now in this in the cutoff to retain your sponsor for the next season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I love that we're seeing more delayed burst after something like Red RC or after some of these conversions, right? Because, you know, technically you can OS an early burst if you just like block early, then go into the conversion afterwards from the Red RC. And I love players more willing to delay that burst and just kind of having the other player like commit more towards the burst bait kind of thing.
Yeah, also Salorobas. People in the chat are saying it right now. I mean, this Shine could definitely be very good at Street Fighter V as well. But there is an NYC Shine who plays Cody in Street Fighter V, and a different Shine that plays Potemkin here in Guilty Gear.
Here's the opening here. With the wall break, it should be enough here. Yeah, absolutely no amount of
squash, dude.
Yep.
Just looking. I can hear like the little squash sounds going against the wall, dude.
Yeah, Leo loves to go for those wall combos. He can bounce off the wall so many different times. Ooh, oh my goodness, bunch of damage into the corner here. OTG gets some of that wall damage, and that's it.
Oh no, he missed the Kara Mega Fist. That's what he was going for. That's a trade. That's not a good trade.
Still available.
Actually, it might have been not terrible trade. He's still alive. Never mind.
Yeah, Yeah, and like you said earlier, those character cancels, when you kind of stack them up, the amount of times that Pot has to character cancel so many of his moves, right? Eventually, you're gonna mess one of them up right there. Right there, Shine did mess it up. Had so much of a lead, didn't really have to burn burst to solidify that round win there, but is forced to burn the burst here in this round 3.
Yeah, in case people don't know, when you're doing like that close 6K or close slash into the Kara Mega Fist, what you're actually doing is canceling that button not into the Mega Fist, but into 6K. You're actually canceling it into the 6K, and then Kara canceling the 6K before the 6K actually starts to animate. If you do it too early, you just come out with the back Mega Fist. If you do it too late, you just come out with nothing except for the 6K, or you cancel 6K into the back Mega Fist. Like, and the hit stop makes the timing all weird and everything like that. It's not easy to do, but it's definitely something you can practice and get good at.
Yeah, and you know, we always talk about character cancel with Pot. That probably the character that uses it the most. But you know, you can character cancel with a bunch of other characters. You're essentially abusing, like, you're trying to keep the momentum from a previous move, and then cancel that move, keep the momentum from said move, and bring out another move, so you have the momentum plus the new move.
And one of the funniest things about it too is that for Potemkin, I feel like the developers were like, you know what, Kara back Mega Fist is kind of sick, and they made it its own move because Kara back Mega Fist literally has its own frame data. Like, it has a different frame data than forward and back Mega Fist. So it's almost like they decided to make Kara back Mega Fist its own unique special move. It's really weird. I don't know if they did it on purpose or if it has to do with the momentum of the character or what, but it works. And that's how it works. But Razzo is going to be at match point to send Shine into losers. Like we said, this is big for Razzo here in 3rd place in the sponsor points.
Razzo got the burst insurance too coming up here. So all resources on Razzo's side, including the health bar, including the position. Look at this corner. Gonna get the wall break as well with already 50 tension to spend right off the rip here.
Oof. Get hit by the flick.
Wow, look at the spacing right outside of the arm swings there coming out from Shine. The butt bomb coming through. Okay, the little delay kind of messed up the timing here, but we got some bar to spend.
Gonna get the wall break here, but again, look, one combo, one pot buster, the end. Oh, here we go. Here's one combo. Oh, didn't get to keep it going. Oh, he's gonna get another one to sweep. Yes, one pot buster could have.
You did it again. You did the thing.
You know, I mean, the thing about it is Razzo was probably like, he did pot buster last time. He's gonna think I'm gonna try to think it's pot buster again, so he's gonna meaty, so instead I'll hold my ground. But sure enough, Shine actually did do pot buster again. Oh man, here we go. Final game, final round.
Yeah, burst available here for Razzo. Shine just using it right now. The 6P's coming through, spending the meter here. Oh, but the reversal throws is huge. Are you gonna? Okay, the burst does come through. Red RC keeping it turn. There's the tap does into the PRC. We are expending. We are spending everything. All the bar, all the burst.
Oh yeah, and that should be able to do it? Is that enough? Is this gonna kill?
Ooh. That move is so sick.
There it is. Shine is going to advance forward. Oh man, and so yeah, that's rough for Razzo, but he can still maybe potentially catch up to Jonathan Tanay if he can place farther than Jonathan, but Jonathan is still in the tournament. He's fighting against Hotashi, but Razzo is going to be going up against Flash. And Flash, it makes a lot of sense. I see him saying that he's in the Jam waiting room, hoping Jam shows up in the game. Look, people don't know, that's the character that Flash Metroid used in the Guilty Gear team tournament to power US to a 2nd place at EVO.
Dang.
His Jam was sick, and he almost kind of did it single-handedly that year. That was when Japan was dominating all of Guilty Gear, and like US basically had no chance. And Flash and his team doing that was absolute one of those like rocky runs right there, finishing in 2nd place. So
the hero run, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Screw pot. Yeah, look, as a Potemkin player, I don't blame anybody for
It's
hating Potemkin.
it's like respectable hate. It's respectable. Like you
Oh
definitely nod
man.
your head. You're like, yeah, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Shine always coming through with the plot armor though. Dang man, that was incredible. Like back to the wall round. Like you're one round away. Uh, they got burst as well. Like so much like of an uphill battle, and honestly, it feels like Shine. That's when Shine kind of thrives. Like just lives in those moments. Like I'm playing better when I'm down 0-2 or I'm down around and they got burst, and Shine just comes through and just clutches up every time.
Dude, I just realized it now. Shouldn't we call him then Plotemkin?
Yeah, it could
Because he
be.
has the plot armor. The plot armor. He's Plotemkin,
I don't. Yeah, he might not be playing Potemkin. He could be playing Plot Temkin,
man.
for all we know. The DLC version
Oh
of Plot.
man. Oh man. I mean, look, Kaiten-san. I also remember it was like fighting pot in XX Accent Core. Okay. Even like me and my friend, even though we were both grapplers and we loved Potemkin, we would not use Potemkin when we played against each other because we knew how salty it made the other person. Potemkin was not fun to fight in Accent
See,
Core at all. Oh my god.
true friendship
Oh.
right there. True friendship. Both Pot players, but they would never play the Pot mirror. That's
Mhm.
true friendship right there.
Oh man. All right, here we go. Let's see. I think we're gonna be getting, yeah, it's gonna be Mira versus Shine in winners finals here. So this is gonna determine who gets in the grand finals. Again, Mira, you said Mira got top 4 last week, guaranteed top 3 this week. So again, an improvement for Mira. But if she can beat Shine, then she will be guaranteed top 2.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time we've seen Mira in winners finals. So, congratulations, Amira. Mira has been on the come up lately. So, finally breaking through with the soul here, getting that damage. Mira playing so well. And now, I mean, it's still riding the momentum, still coming out here, and the results are improving at that. So, improving at a very vast rate here, being in winners finals at this level of a tournament up against Shine. So we'll see how that match ends up panning out. But it's going to be Soul versus Potemkin, or maybe Plot Temkin. Not too sure who
Yeah,
we're going
that's
to
right.
go with at this point, because the things I've seen Shine do, kind of raise an eyebrow sometimes.
I mean, you had mentioned it, right? The Series E sponsored players playing week after week, and you can see their improvement. Same goes for players like Mira who have played in this week after week after. I don't know if she's missed a single week of this Series E event. She's been, in here all the time, battling it out with everybody. And as you mentioned, playing Wednesday night fights every week. So Wednesday night fights yesterday, Series E today. And I had mentioned this as well, but the players at Frosty Faustings who placed really high, a lot of them are these players who play every single week. It's a valuable tool, and even in other games like XX and Exerd, I'm only shouting him out because he's a good friend of mine. Pat the Flip, he runs his own, XX and Exerd tournaments all the time, and he participates them. I think he got top 8 in both games at Frosty Faustings. Look, it's not a coincidence that these guys who are playing week after week, these players who are playing week after week, are doing well in all these tournaments, man, and just getting so much better. Honestly, the practice helps a lot. It really does.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And even like it's to me it's really interesting that Frosty Fausting's like tournament schedule is they run everything on Saturday, and it ends on Saturday, and then like
Mm-hmm,
Sunday is
mm-hmm.
just to like hang out and grind. Like I think that's really cool. But here's the bracket so far.
Yeah, it's really cool to have a tournament last that quick, to be honest. But yeah, here you can see right now, unfortunately for Days, had to be DQ'd. Actually, all he was doing there was just that, give Hotashi some more games to warm up before he gets back into, grand finals, right?
Yeah, Hotashi with the crazy losers run so far. We'll see what we We'll probably save the Hotashi versus Jonathan for stream, but we'll see here. But that's on the loser side of things. Right now, we're looking on the winner side of things and looking at the path that Mira and Shine had to endeavor to get to this winners final situation.
Yeah, you can see here Mira taking out Adventure. Again, not an easy match, 3-2. You see Mira taking out Jonathan Tanay, not an easy match, 3-2. So definitely putting in a lot of effort to get to this point. Meanwhile, Shine 3-0 over Alethea, then 3-1 over Splash Idiosyncrasy, then 3-2 over Razzle. So it's gotten harder and harder. So if the pattern continues, that might mean that Mira is due to win this over Shine, but we'll see what happens. It's either going to go to the other side or loop around and Shine will win 3-0 or something.
Yeah, that would be absolutely wild. Possibly, I mean, already the first time, in winners finals for Mira, but possibly a tournament win here for Mira on the horizon.
Yeah, and again, yeah, as you saw, Days did get DQ'd. Unfortunate situation, but again, Hotashi, the one being sent to losers bracket, Hotashi definitely has the ability to make it all the way back to grand finals, and I'm sure he's having a good time in that losers bracket right now. Here we go. It's Mira versus Shine.
Yeah,
Shine trying to make this back-to-back, right? Exactly, as Alethea mentioned in the chat.
Yep. Shine was the one who won, I believe. Also got to winners finals last week as well. So, coming in, trying to make it back-to-back. I don't think anyone has won Series E back-to-back. So Shine gonna try to make it a dream come true here. Ooh, and the Garuda pressure.
What? Didn't Hotashi win 1 and 2, or was it not 1 and 2? I can't remember now. Oh, that's going to be able to kill.
If anyone did do it, it would have been Hotashi.
Yeah.
But I'm not too
so someone mentioned that for Days, it was the weather that was messing him up, because I know in the East Coast right now is getting some heavy snow situation right now. Yeah.
Mother Nature coming through with the mix.
Yeah, exactly. Weather's going crazy. If only there was some sort of scientific explanation as to why the weather has been so crazy and getting crazier over the past few years.
Wow. And
all right,
Mira rolling through. That was quick.
Yeah. Like I said, this might flip. I mean, like the pattern is there for Shine. 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. Now might actually go the other direction. Let's see what happens here. But Shine, again, such a strong player, able to make that adjustment. And, you'll feel like, oh, I'm doing well against Potemkin. And then all of a sudden the Potemkin. That's the thing about grapplers, right? Because the Pop Buster does so much damage, because getting hit by the Garuda does so much damage, like, you're just sitting there and you're just like, he needs to make 1 or 2 good reads and you've lost all your health.
Yeah.
And that's all it takes. It's all it takes a lot of times. So yes, it could be a struggle for the grappler to get in. Oh, he knew. That's what I mean. There's that spacing where the Garuda clashes. Mira did not cancel it into something in the air to keep it safe, but Shine knew and had the standing slash all ready to punish. And this is what I mean. Look at this turnaround all of a sudden. Oh.
Yeah, two unadvised DPs versus the Space Garuda, and you already know Shine is going to come in with the taxes, and just like that, the taxes for 2 DPs on that Garuda spacing, that is a round loss.
That is dead. No wonder everyone hates Potemkin. They remind him of the government, man. He's just like, you earn all this money, and then he's just like, nope, most of it is mine, thank you.
Yeah, well, the state that Shine's in charge of that, the state taxes are unreal. But okay, Mira answering back here.
Nice. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, no, for sure. Potemkin is one of those characters, kind of like the G's from Street Fighter V. It's like they're never dead until they're dead, pretty much. Like there's almost never a situation where he's actually completely helpless.
Both players backdashing quite a bit here. A lot of respect being shown here, but Shine getting the opening.
He goes for the meaty this time, does Shine. And Mira respecting, just blocking. Oh, here we go, the mix-up into the Garuda. Yeah, can't do much about that Garuda. You're in the slow-mo. Oh, no, a burst, but the 2H too far away to connect.
Wow, the spacing from from Shine was so good, but I mean, just not enough. And again, catching that DP. Shine just having the feeling. I know it's coming. And
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
that was right there. That again, we talked about the safe jumps from Eno. That time was a safe jump on Shine's part right there. Calculated safe jump, was able to land and block the DP in time. Had Mira not DP'd, she would have had to have blocked, and you'd be in that really crappy mix-up situation. And that's what makes safe jumps so good.
yeah, so good, very needed against some of these characters with, I mean, probably one of the best defensive tools you can ask for is a DP.
Yeah, no one, just because a DP could be safe jump doesn't mean anyone's not going to be happy that they got one.
Yeah, sure. Okay, the burst immediately being used here. Shine still have the burst available. The far slash pressure coming in from Mirror. The backdash on the grab with the PRC to make it safe, and you're blocking Garuda.
Yeah, one of the things, I mean, I see people talking about grapplers in the chat. The thing about it is, when you see good grappler players, the grappler is just so oppressive, and it's like, what are you supposed to do? If you actually play a grappler, you'll realize how easy it is for people to keep you out, and you start to respect what the grapplers actually do to get in at all. It is not it's not a foregone conclusion, basically.
Okay, the block coming through here. Oh, the reversal grab running up on me, but usually when a reversal grab happens like that, you're like Shine probably just grabbed Mirror before Mirror grabbed Shine.
Right.
Like,
in fact, Mirror was probably just trying to run in and go for a close slash to maximize the damage as possible, because if they had both gone for a throw, I would imagine there should have been a tech. But I'm not sure. I think Mira got a little too greedy trying to maximize the damage. Had she just gone for slash and a heavy slash from that range, probably would have.
Yeah, life, but a good chunk of it.
Ah, yes, beautiful Mira. Throw it. So Shine went for Hammerfall break, and unfortunately he pushed it a little bit harder because he wanted to be closer after the Hammerfall break. Unfortunately, he went so far that he didn't get the same frame advantage, so that Mira's Wake Up 5K was going to beat Meaty Button or Meaty Command Grab. That was a beautiful Wake Up 5K by Mira.
Yeah, the frame 3 button, the faded pro tag button. Oh, here's the far slash, and that should do it with the red RC. Gonna slow time down just a tad bit. Doesn't even need the wall break. Mira gonna go up 2-1 here versus Shine, but when you see Shine down, you can't count him out. The plot armor will come through and get you.
Never done. Never. You're never safe against Potemkin, especially to the level of Shine. And it's one of my favorite things right now, because like in the U.S., we've got a lot of Potemkin players. Shine is definitely one of the standout Potemkin players in the U.S. In EU, there's Kurokich, who has just been absolutely terrifying. And of course, in Japan and in the Asia region, there's FAB. FAB, of course, has been the Potemkin god since the beginning. And I just love the fact that we've got like these amazing Potemkin players all around the world.
Yeah, it's really sick when there's like top representation from a bunch of different regions, right? And you can see the play style of the region and the play style of the characters kind of mesh together.
Yep.
Ooh, yep. Wait for the. Oh my goodness, the safe distance on these Garudas. Wow, the carry cancel wasn't enough there.
Or did Mira just throw that round? I'm not sure what happened.
I don't. Okay. I'm just like, I don't know if they're okay. They're actually playing. Okay.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they are actually playing right now. No, the way that Mira is playing is definitely not a real match right now. Okay, maybe now?
The ultimate mix.
Oh, it could be a desync. That's a good point. Our spectator might have been a big desync, to be honest with you. Yeah. Koji KOG, of course, yes. All right, so there might have just been a desync between the players. So, in case what a lot of people don't understand, what happens with the desync is that on these online matches, they're just getting a stream of inputs. The state of the game must be synced up between the two machines because it's peer to peer. There's no host that has the master state of the game. The two games are the only machines that are keeping track of it. They have to keep the state of the game in the same place. Every once in a while, due to network issues, again, no netcode is perfect. No netcode can escape this necessarily, but the states can actually get to the point where one machine thinks this is the state, the other machine thinks that this is the state. So on one machine, a guy got KO'd. So he's like, all right, not hitting buttons, waiting for the next round. But on the other machine, the fight's still going. So it looks like the guy just stands there and is just eating a bunch of hits. And when that happens, then they just get the stream of inputs, and the inputs play out based on there, but then the states aren't accurate, and then the whole thing just kind of falls apart, unfortunately. It happens that way. And again, no net code is perfect. Now, the reason why we don't see these kind of things in an Overwatch or a Valorant or something like that is because one machine is the master, right? So in those team-based games, everyone's connecting to a host server, and that server keeps track of the state of the game. So all the clients can make sure that they match the server. When you only have two machines and neither of them is dedicated as a master, trying to keep the state intact between the two, there's definitely bugs when network hiccups occur like that. And that's what makes it kind of tricky for fighting games. That's why fighting games can be one of the hardest games to give good net play, to give good net code and such, because there is no master server state, and it's a tricky thing. Follow Zynac if you want to hear all about net code programming woes.
Yeah, it's a lot more complicated than just like, oh, we just both have good internet, like it should be fine, right? It's definitely a lot more complicated. The base net code, if what kind of servers, where the servers are, if it's peer to peer, right? And every single one of those things come with its own set of complications too, because when you have a server as well, like then there obviously you've probably played games that have server maintenance every week and stuff. There's a reason for it, right?
Yeah, exactly. We can fix the problem just by getting Riot's amount of money.
Yeah, there we go. I hope those guys
That'll
make a fighting
solve
game.
all the problems. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I can't wait to see how Project L is going to turn out and see what kind of technology they're going to use for that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think we're going to take a look at that previous match here, or are we? Are we getting a replay? Oh, okay, yeah. So we are going to get one. Okay. Do we know the actual official results of that match over there between Mira and Shine here? Okay, we do not have anything there just yet, but I can update you that Hotashi has defeated Jonathan Tanay 3-1, and Razzo has defeated Flash 3-0. Okay, so let's go to a replay here. Yeah, here's the Mira versus Shine match that we were watching over there. Ooh, backdash to escape the meaty throw. Okay, and yeah, here Garuda. Okay. Yeah, and so that was, and again, the fact that you're gonna be stuck on the ground blocking those Garudas. You see the startup of the Garuda. There's a lot of time to blow up the Garuda for being a move that's used. It's just the absolute fear that the opponent has to put into you to guarantee that you're not going to jump or do something like that. And that part is not as easy as it looks. It's really kind of tough. But, oh, the meaties.
Yep. Even just like the run into the corner just to make sure Mira has the positioning advantage if the offense doesn't work out. Very smart stuff coming out from Mira. We're going to go ahead and go 1-0 here.
And there's that clash. See right there. When a clash occurs, both characters can cancel that clash into anything they want. Mira did not, so the DP continued, but Shine basically option selects it. So if you're Potemkin and you're going to throw out the Garuda like that, you just assume against a character like Leo or Soul, if they have a DP, you can just Garuda and then just hit slash and do a combo. And if they block the Garuda, you can't cancel the Garuda. Nothing will happen. But if the clash occurs, then all of a sudden you'll instantly cancel the slash and into Mega Fist because you've already been hitting the buttons. And so that's great awareness on Shine's side too. When he goes for that meaty Garuda at that distance where the clash can occur, he's always just inputting the cancel off of it just in case it happens. And that's why it looks like he was like, oh my God, how did he know he to do that so fast? Because he's doing it every single time.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about fighting games. You can go for all the different option selects and all that jazz. But let's hear it from Yeso. What's going down, and how are you liking this bracket so far?
I'm liking it a lot. Mira having an incredible day so far, and it's really been fun to watch, and waiting to hear back on the exact results of that set there. But honestly, Mira taking down Jonathan Tene is nothing to sneeze at. That's a really big win there for Mira. And then Jonathan Tene did have to match up with Hotashi. Not sure what the results are of that from the loser side of the bracket, but that's certainly a fun one there. Meanwhile, getting to see Razo and Shine get after it is always a good time, and Shine coming out on top of that matchup to get into winners finals. You know, we've talked about it throughout the day today. Of course, Shine trying to do something that none of the players have been able to do so far this season. That's take back-to-back victories in these Thursday night brackets, and still some work to do here, of course, depending on the result of this matchup with Mira. But at the very least, this is a huge statement showing from Mira getting into top 3 guaranteed, and possibly top 2 if this match does go her way. And Shine as well, getting back into top 3 here as well. Even if he doesn't win today, this is just back-to-back incredibly strong weeks from Shine, who's looking really, really good right now and just in form, and being able to take down strong players there like Razo, like Idiosyncrasy in a bracket like this is just very, very impressive. So loving getting to see that from both of these players, and just very curious to see how things end up shaking out with the way that things have played out so far today in the bracket. Production, of course, will update me when we have the result of that Shine and Mira matchup. And I believe we're going to go to a break after this as well. We're going to go right now. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. But when we return, more Series E Guilty Gear Strive.
My early tags, I went by just like, I was like never creative, and I still feel my name isn't creative. So I started off just using my regular, like my regular name, and then I went to the Don323, and then I just moved over to, you know, D-O-N, literally just the first 3 letters of my name, and just put like a period in between. Oh, but if I'm not playing like Guilty Gear or something, I'm usually either hanging with my friends, or like either watching anime or playing some other game or something. Like I like to like kind of vary it, but usually I'm like more of an indoor person, so I'll play either like Apex or League of Legends, or, you know, all those type of games that are like still somewhat competitive, but I'll play it on like a more casual base. My favorite anime, I would have to say, of all time, I have to say Yu Yu Hakusho is probably it probably is my favorite anime. That whole style of, like, you know, art. Like back then, I really liked the older anime art style. On top of like the characters, I feel like all 4 of them were like pretty likable characters, and their dialogue between each other was really good. Razor, for gamers, by gamers.
even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
right, welcome back to Series E, presented by Esports Arena for some Guilty Gear Strive action. Sorry, we've been running into a little bit of connection issues, but we're ready to get right back in there. Mira and Shine are going to finish their match out. As you can see, Mira up 2-1 versus Shine. They have swapped sides, so we'll change the names in just 1 second. But Mira is the Soul and Shine the Potemkin. And here we go. It looks like Mira's just continuing exactly where she was from before.
Yeah, this is huge here. Shine is up around yes, and uh-oh, wait a minute. I've seen this happen. I've seen this story.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the Brawn Rage. And yeah, I'm going to cancel it right back in there. Garuda. The top dust is going to get the wall splat. Oh, my God. Normally Normally, you don't get a combo off of Tap Dust without an RC, but he didn't need it. He was just like, and there it was, stuck to the wall. Oh my goodness.
Wow, Shine. We've seen Shine in so many scenarios, but once you get the reversal throw, once you get the meaty Garuda on the getup, how many times? And the thing about Guilty Gear is you cannot delay your getup like in some other fighting games, right? I believe in Street Fighter you can delay your getup timing, right? So there's like more mix in that sense. But Garuda, you can set up any meaty setup you want in Guilty Gear because there's no delaying, there's no speeding up your getup. It's just you are getting up at this time, so you have to deal with Garuda on getup.
All right, so also I think we started that one with Mira being down 1 round because that's where it was when the actual desync occurred. So now it is final game here, game number 5. Mira has been going to game number 5 in everything. As I said, Shine, it's been getting progressively harder. But if Mira can take this, I mean, this is like the hardest working player right now. I mean, obviously outside of 1 DQ, but it's been 3-2 every match for Mira so far.
And you see Shine delaying the, with right there, that move right there, just, delaying the timing from the air. And we've seen so many players do that with many different characters, right? Oh my goodness.
You don't burst. No. Oh no.
The panic burst coming through, and that is a big no-no versus Shine, because Shine's going to come through, attacks that with the max damage there, the pot buster.
And there it is. See, that time Mira was ready for it, and she did. Oh no, the pot buster. Okay, this is it. The mix-up here. What's the mix-up? Oh, you got hit. I love the. Oh my God, that was genius. You're too far away for a pot buster to connect after that Garuda at that range. So what does he do? He BRC slides his way over there. He BRC drifts his way over to be close enough for the pot buster. Genius. And Shine moves on.
The RC usage from Shine coming through, and yeah, just phenomenal stuff. Not even red RC, not even the PRC, it was the blue RC coming through, and wow, just closing that gap. Like you said, the pop buster is enough, but kind of getting the tipper end of that Garuda there, being so far away, because when Shine does hit that Garuda either on block or on hit, you are going to get pushed back, which is why you see the carry cancel kind of compensate for that. But sometimes not even the carry cancel can close the distance, so you need a little bit of help, a little bit of time slowdown from that RC will be everything Shine needed to close that one out. And wow, what a volatile game 5. I mean, Mira looked like she had that under control, right? And then we just saw the showers of Garudas in the corner, and oh my goodness, it's hard to deal with.
And you had mentioned this earlier, just how creative people are getting with the RCs, and as time is going, I feel like I see new uses for the RCs all the time. I know for a lot of other players, they'd be like, oh, I've seen that, I've read about that trick before, whatever. But if you're just sitting here watching, and you just see all these matches, it just, every once in a while people do these things, and it's just like, this is the sickest thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's so cool.
And I mean, even if you know about every little RC trick, it's like you want to min-max and really optimize the RC for your character, right? Like even when we, watch Zato players on, using their RC, it's like you can slow down and use it for neutral with the BRC and stuff like that, or you can use it as YRC, right? Using it as defense, and knowing which matchups you have to use it, or which scenarios you have to use your RC for defense or offense, right? Or neutral. It's such a big deal.
Yes. And here we go right now. We're going to the loser side of the bracket. As I had mentioned, Hotashi just defeated Jonathan Tanay. So that's important for Razzo, because now Razzo has placed higher than Jonathan Tanay, which means he might tie or pass up Jonathan in terms of the sponsor points. But more importantly, Hotashi was sent to losers early by Days, and then Hotashi 3-0'd Adventure, 3-1'd Dawn, 3-0'd Solstice, and 3-1 Jonathan Tanay. So he's been taking out our Series E players one after another. First Dawn, then Solstice, then Jonathan today of Razor, Excedrin, and Vizio, and now he's going up against Intel's Razzo. So he's just saying, you know what? Look, Series E, I'm coming for your boys.
Yeah, and I don't know if anyone has won Series E after losing round 1 winners. Hotashi might be the first player to do that one, and Hotashi has already taken multiple Series E victories as well. So Hotashi out here making history.
One of the ones that he won, it might have been an early losers run. I can't remember if that was the one that he fell just short of it. But if anyone has done it before, it would have been Hotashi.
The clone body blocked the fireball. That was so smart coming out from Hotashi. Just like Ukyoing in right afterwards to get the follow-up. That was really great counterplay.
The question is, I mean, does the clone just count like as projectiles, so it does projectile trading, or does it count as like a hittable physical object? Now I need to go and test that out.
Yeah, like does it work? Does it work like other clones too? Because like Chip has a clone, right?
Right.
But I know Chip's clone is different because you can like literally take damage from it.
So Kaiten-san says that it's a high clash protector, so it counts as a projectile and just has very, very good durability. It sounds like.
Well, yeah, because you lane blood meter. It has to. Of course.
Of course, of course. Oh, what an RC to predict the burst. It looked like he had committed to a move that was burstable, but then the BRC out of nowhere to make sure he could punish that. Smart stuff.
Yeah. Roman cancels, burst coming all through here. That's how you know this match is highest of caliber. Losers, Sammy's Hotashi trying to make this losers run and already chunking 60%. The counter hit, oh my goodness, no burst available as well. That will be your life.
Yeah, that's probably going to be it right there. That wall splat is going to make sure of that. Oof, there you go. And Hotashi finishing it up with a perfect after Razzo's really brilliant read on that burst, but Hotashi don't care. He's like, you know what? Nice, good job to you, but you know, it actually, no, in his typical Hotashi fashion, nice job for you, but you have to do it another round. You have to do it another round. So
the only thing stopping Hotashi from getting his run back with Days was Mother Nature. It's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah.
You can win this tournament, but you won't get the run, or at least you won't get the run back versus Days in this tournament. Obviously, there's always the future, right? So I'm honestly looking forward to that run back in the future as well. Hopefully, we can get Days in the Series E bracket as well.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just the Giovanna representation is sick, right?
Exactly. I mean, I had always been wondering where all the Giovannas were in this tournament, so seeing Days use Giovanna makes me happy. So yeah, hopefully we'll see Days return very, very soon once Mother Nature permits.
Okay. Really stuff
God,
here,
that
but
2S.
pretty risky stuff from Razzo going into the corner, and again another gap here, going to catch the overhead.
Okay, gonna be good damage here, but Hotashi is down quite a bit. It's been back and forth, Hotashi, then Razzo, then Hotashi in terms of rounds. So Razzo would like to keep that up, but here comes Hotashi. Oh god, and it leads, that's how fast that Beyblade recovers, that he recovered instantly and he got the throw first. Man, again, that Beyblade is seriously the Swiss Army knife of moves, man. It does everything.
Yeah,
everything.
I was for sure that that was unintentional from Hotashi, and Razzo was going to get a punish off of that. But like you said, the recovery is just so damn fast.
And as someone in the stream mentioned, that he might have even tried to wake up into a flash kick, but wow, Hotashi spent the burst. He has such a huge life. He had such a huge life deficit. One more round. That's crazy.
Well, does it even matter? Okay. The burst gets used here. The blood is set up. The 2 S's, the 5 H's. But yeah, like you said, the hero burst came through, and we'll see if Hotashi even needs the burst here on this round. The offense has been on Hotashi's side the entire time. Oh, great spacing around the flash kick.
Ooh. Okay.
Double.
Yeah,
doesn't get the pick up.
He was trying to RC it to keep it going. He saw it was going to drop, so he was like, I got to keep it up. But there's that 2S again, that crouching slash, which is just, like I said, the classic Hotashi weapon right there. He's so good at using 2S to just zone people out and catch them from so far away. Ooh, nicely done.
Yeah, and the spacing on that one get up flash kick pretty much punched it in for Hotashi, was able to get a ton of damage there, and just working in that spacing where you just make your opponent feel like you're about to go into that zone, right? Or you just teeter that area just enough to convince your opponent like, okay, they're going for it. And that's where Hotashi's operating, and it's working out.
Yep. Hotashi right now in a great position. 2-0 to defeat the next Series E sponsored player. Like I said, he's just been running through them one by one. And is Intel Razzo going to be next on the list? Wow. What an interrupt! He just challenged and then he combos into the super, not even like the Beyblade or anything. Not even worried about trying to build himself up to a level 2 level blood gauge, because we've often talked about how Nagos would like to do that because they want to give themselves that 5H that hits 10 miles away. And look at this, Hotashi finally bursting at the very end. I feel like Hotashi's trying to challenge himself or something.
Yeah, some of these bursts seem, I guess reckless would be a pretty good word.
You know what? I cannot pretend to read the mind of Hotashi. There's a reason why he's there and I'm not, okay? Look, let's just put it that way. So he may be unconventional, but it works, because there's been a lot of weeks where I wasn't sure what he was doing. Oh my god, the RC, the counter RC into the counter RC.
The RC chain reaction. Oh my goodness, this is a lot of blood. Barely gonna, oh okay. That was, yeah, when you go into the double, when you do the DP slash, you can go into the second hit, and that is a lot of blood for each of those. And 2 Beyblades on top of that. Hotashi was barely not able to pop there. But Hotashi knowing the limits, right, of the blood pop, of the blood gauge.
Yep. That's why for a while he wasn't doing anything. Oh, here we go. Damage here, is that enough to kill? No, not quite. He needs one more hit, and Razzo will be out of the gold burst. That's huge. Here comes the mix-up. Good blocks, RC in reaction, and the slash to hit him out of the air. Razzo probably worried that Hotashi was going to go for instant air throw. Might have been trying to throw himself, maybe trying to hit a button really quickly. And Hotashi, so the situation there is always advantageous for the guy under there. Because if they hit the button, they hit you out of the air. If they could jump up and air throw you. And Razzo was at a point where he couldn't take another throw as well. He had to try something. That one was trying to do something, and he got counter hit by the slash.
Yeah, and if you try to like go for a swing, you're already slowed down. So like your swing is one gonna just be slow to come out, and 2, like if they go for an attack, they're probably just gonna anti-air you, and they can also have the option of going for things like 6P and stuff like that as well, right? So, like you said, being the person in the air, not too fun.
It's not Star Wars, okay? The high ground doesn't help you this time, okay? So in Guilty Gear, Anakin would have won, okay?
Yeah. Anakin is definitely a Guilty Gear player for sure.
Oh man. All right, so that means Hotashi now going up against Mira. Mira, who has had nothing outside of the Days DQ match. But outside of that, it's been 3-2 Mira, 3-2 Mira, 2-3 Mira. She's been just fighting it out and at least guaranteed in the money. So she's getting $50. This is the best performance that she's had thus far. So 5th place last week, getting 4th place. So awesome for Mira to keep improving. But now this is a true test right here. Can you defeat Hotashi? Can you? I mean, again, you were on a collision course to run into Hotashi if Days was DQ'd right away, right? If Days did not defeat Hotashi, this is who Mira would have played. So again, you're going to run into these players no matter what. So let's see if you can actually take them out.
Yeah, both players doing a good amount of damage. Burst available for both here, but it is Hotashi with the tension advantage here, going right into the super. This could be the tipper hit. Yep, gonna combo off that. No, not necessarily able to, but the BRC into the throw, doubling up on it though. Wow.
You know what happened there? It was so weird. I don't know why Hotashi didn't go for a juggle after the tipper. I don't know how that first throw missed. I don't know. It was just a weird situation. Scramble. All right, but here comes Mira. Yep, gonna get the wall splat and look at this damage. But again, Nago, high guts, high defense modifier, and so very hard to kill characters. I mean, honestly, if we, like, I know...
6H, oh my goodness. That move does so much damage. Has a little bit of start, but man, does it cover some very important areas.
I mean, that 6H literally cut my sentence, dude. I was trying to talk. I don't remember what the hell I was talking about. I just saw 6H into 6H, 6H into something into... I was like... Again, for those viewing in the chat, make sure there are no children in the room. This is
brutal.
Sorry you guys had to witness that kind of violence here, but you know,
it's like the 5 Garudas we saw earlier. Sometimes the move is just that good.
Oh man. Okay. 6P that time doing the work.
And I love that Hotashi. I mean, you see a lot of Nagos, they'll usually go for like 5k into 6H, especially that's a, you know, true combo or string if you have one bar of blood. But Hotashi usually going for the, you know, the 2k or 2k. That stomp, which is really good, and you don't need a bar of blood to go into the stomp to combo after the 5k, right? So I really like it, and you see him comboing off of that as well. So
yeah, you saw again Mira doing the Bandit Bringer into the whiff RC instant low to take that last round. So Mira definitely putting up the fight here.
Mira finally getting in here. It's the mix. Oh, big damage coming from the throw here. Oh, but yep.
Okay. Comboing into the super. Interesting. Again, Hotashi just going for the super instead of just like going for a Beyblade and saving the meter for something else. Again, like I said, the way that Hotashi plays, what's really fascinating about it, and you know, this isn't like he's toying with his opponent, but he experiments a lot. Like I feel like, okay, this time when I play the tournament, I'm going to try doing this. I'm going to try not relying on burst. I'm going to try comboing in a super to see how that works, etc., etc. So it's like every time he's playing in a tournament, he's trying something different so he can learn a bunch of different information so that he can play. Because remember the weeks previous, he was just like blood bursting all day?
Yeah, I remember that.
And it's almost like he wanted to see if he could win by accidentally or purposefully bursting the blood just to know that he can do it. And I really feel like that's kind of what he does. It's really fascinating to me to watch Hotashi play. It's like there's like a mad scientist level behind it. You know what I mean? That's how it feels to me. There's like some level of just being a mad scientist the way that he plays.
Yeah, I would call that reckless limit testing for sure, is what Hotashi's style of, I guess, learning is here. And like we said before, it almost feels like there's a different kind of Hotashi coming in every tournament, right? So, and that can be a scary thing if you're, you know, when you go out and travel for tournaments, the hardest thing is like you've never played these opponents before, right? But when you become a top player and like the other top players are solidified and you kind of get through those scarier like rounds of pools of like the unknown, it's like, okay, well, I've played Razzle before, I've played Shine before, I've played Hotashi before. Then you kind of like catch on to play styles and you get more information on the player. But when Hotashi's changing things up like week to week like this in drastic amounts, it's really hard to keep up.
Yeah, and again, you know, we've talked about his accolades and things that Hotashi has accomplished, and there's a reason for that. And I think a lot of it comes down to this, right? To this interesting mad scientist style of play that he just understands what's going on, and he just and he puts himself into kind of bad situations to learn how to handle those situations, take away his own resources, and obviously he's happy with the money that he can win at this tournament, I'm sure, but at the same time, against this level of competition, there's no better way than every week to come here and play, handicapping yourself and seeing if you could beat this level of competition. You learn so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just yeah, the reckless limit testing, the mad scientist method. I love all the different names we have for it, but nonetheless, we'll see if Mira can take down the mad scientist himself. Tashi here up 2-0, and I don't know if Mira's gonna have it. Oh my goodness. Okay.
He's just freestyling now.
Okay. Okay. Clone 5K, clone 5K. We're out here.
Oh man!
Probably also adding in the teleports as well to close the gap for the 5Ks. Hotashi is inputting some buttons right now at a very fast rate.
And the hardest thing too is that as commentators, we're a little flummoxed and confused by what it is that Hotashi is doing. And I have to tell you right now, every other player that's fighting against him is feeling the same way. They're just like, what is he doing? And there's a little bit of frustration that builds up. Like, he's just messing with me. Like, you feel like he's toying with you, and that kind of digs deep into your skin as well. And I think that's also something that Hotashi's trying to do, by kind of playing this weird way, keeping the opponents confused, keeping them frustrated, almost kind of, like I said, Hotashi is a very soft-spoken dude, right? But if he needs to talk trash, he will talk trash. But he does a lot of talking through his gameplay.
Yeah.
Honestly, the way he plays and the way he's almost trolling you without trolling you, but like instead of teabagging you, like making it obvious,
right?
Like he does it in a way that like I feel like players can get kind of frustrated. Like I know if I was a serious competitor, I'm a salty guy. Okay, I was about to swear on stream. Okay, I'm a salty dude here. If I was still competitive and Hotashi beat me the way that he beats a lot of the players in this tournament, I would get pretty freaking salty.
Yeah, I mean, playing that mental game, right? The mental war is a big thing in any competition. And in fighting games, there's so many different ways you can do that, right? And doing it in the more subtle, clever way, like you can obviously just teabag your opponent or just, whatever, right? But that's like that. See, been there, done that, seen that, whatever, right? But like Hotashi does it on a whole nother level, which is very clever and skill based, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't even need my burst next round. I don't even care if I blood burst, like that kind of mentality is just like, it's crazy when he does that and then still wins. But that's it. So Hotashi going to loser's bracket first round. Now, shout outs to Mira, by the way, for getting third place here. So again, improvements week after week after week after week. I mean, Mira is not far from taking one of these for sure. But Hotashi going down to loser's bracket first round, all the way back to grand finals. On the loser side, has to defeat Shine 2 sets of 3 out of 5. But look, the way Hotashi's playing, like there's nobody better poised to do this back-to-back sets than Hotashi, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, this grand finals, we've seen this grand finals before in this exact fashion. I didn't think we would see it this week because Hotashi went down to the losers bracket so early, but Hotashi just coming through and destroying practically everyone in the losers bracket. Honestly, I'm quite surprised not even Razo or Mira not even being able to take a singular game, and both of those players have been on a hot streak lately. So impressive stuff coming out from Hotashi. Incredible momentum coming out from Hotashi. And we'll see if you can bring that momentum to defeat the Plot Temkin, because we've definitely seen Shine come through and, playing really well today. And also just, in those really tense clutch situations is able to clutch up, able to bring it through with the Potemkin. You just give him that, the couple situations. You can't give Shine too many chances. If you give Shine one too many chances, it could be the round, it could be the game, it could be the entire set, right?
Yeah, and yes, you are correct. Gotzel. Sorry if I pronounced the name wrong. But it was Shine and Hotashi last week. Shine won in winners finals, sending Hotashi to losers 3-0. Shine made it back. I'm sorry, Hotashi made it back, defeated Shine 3-2 to reset the bracket, but then Shine won 3-1 over Hotashi to take that tournament. So yes, same top two players.
Yeah, so seeing a bit of consistency here back to back, usually something we don't see too often with how stacked it is, but Otashi really coming through, and Shine staying in the winner's side of things. But we're going to take it to a quick break before we start things off in grand finals.
Take your life away, we the third party. No, not feeling dirty, hit 'em with the 30-30. Drop it with me, that's a 50-50, and ain't never learning. Back to the lobby, got you playing sloppy. Triple take your life away, we the third party. Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off, oh god. All those gas making you cough, feeling caustic when I drop. Leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, what you move, you about. What you fade like a thought, skull town where I bang. What your life, what your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. 301 in my hands, different drop, same plan. To my squad, I'm the man, I'ma win this, no I can't. Sending shots, no spam, accurate, watch them slam, watch them run while they can, make them slump. Give me the loot, take what I want, all of my rounds, light like the sun, yeah I am the one, lighting you up. R301, you're all that I need, you're all that I want. We at the top, act like we scum, taking your life and leaving the crumbs. Do what we want, we get the dub, living that life, yeah R301. I got the size, H-Cog, mega stabilized, no rock. Standing back, more shots, standing stock, ready pop. I got the sights, H-Cog, mega stabilized, no rock. Standing back, more shots, standing stock, ready pop. Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off, oh god. All those gas making you cough, feeling caustic when I drop. Leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, what you move, you about. What you fade like a thought, skull town where I bang. What your life, what your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off, oh god. All this gas making you cough, feeling caustic when I drop. Leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, what you move, you about. What you fade like a thought, skull town where I bang. What your life, what your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off, oh god. All those gas making you cough, feeling caustic when I drop. Leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, what you move, you about. What you fade like a thought, skull town where I bang. What your life, what your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off, oh god.
All right, we are back here for Series E Guilty Gear. Unfortunately, Shine did have an emergency, so hopefully Shine and his friends and family are safe out there. Don't know exactly what the emergency is, but nonetheless hope everything is going to end up all right for Shine. But because of that, Hotashi is going to be the victor of this tournament. Obviously, a shame that we could not see the grand finals, but whatever Shine had to take care of, obviously, is more important than that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I mentioned this during the break, like I hope it's just like, oh, my sink pipe burst, like, I mean, that's something you could fix, obviously, but if it is something, definitely more dire than that, I definitely all the thoughts out to Shine and his family and such like that. So, uh, again, that means Hotashi is going to take it. So Hotashi did go to losers bracket round 1, is going to end up winning the tournament. And so, again, like you said, it's unfortunate we can't bring you the match, but obviously, the health and safety of everybody is definitely a much higher priority. So don't worry, Shine will be back next week. We'll be able to see some more brutal Potemkin Garudas, in the future. So there you go. Shine will then finish in second place, and Hotashi is our winner for the week.
Yeah, and with that, we'll toss it over to Yeso so he can break down this entire tournament. And yeah, take it away, Yeso.
Thanks, guys. Of course, as you did just hear James and Charles talking about, there was an emergency. Shine did have to DQ, so that will be the end of the tournament tonight. Of course, Hotashi will take the win. And do just want to say, not going to speculate or anything. Definitely going to respect Shine's privacy. Just say, hope everything's okay. And of course, if anybody here at Esports Arena can help out in any way, please don't hesitate to reach out to any of us. So we wish Shine the best and look forward to having him back next week. So obviously an unfortunate way to end the day, but there are much more important things than this tournament and those grand finals. And Shine has to do what he has to do to take care of that. So we certainly can appreciate and respect that. But that is going to do it for tonight. Congratulations to Hotashi on the win. I hope everybody will be back next week. There will be no series recap this week. Of course, a bit of a short week with us taking Apex off and the Halo qualifiers being done. So there won't be a series recap show tomorrow, but we will be back strong next week with a full slate. We'll kick the week off Monday at 4 with Series E Draft Day for Series E Halo Infinite, kicking off that season. Incredibly excited for that, so make sure not to miss out on that. We'll be back with Week 9 of Series E Apex Legends on Tuesday and Wednesday. Guilty Gear will be back on Thursday, and we'll have another show for Series Recap next Friday to wrap up what should be a very packed and exciting week. So make sure to clear your schedule next week and not miss out on any of that awesome content. Do also want to mention, of course, we talked about it last week with Team Esports Arena Red going to compete at HCS Anaheim last weekend. We're very proud of the way that the team performed and the kind of play that they showed and on a big stage. And we did just recently release a nice short little vlog of the weekend, of the experience from those players and following their journey. So make sure to check us out on YouTube and watch that new vlog. It's pretty cool, a nice little insight into the weekend that the players had at HCS Anaheim. But that's going to do it for us, folks. My name's Yeso. It's always a pleasure to be your host here for Guilty Gear Strive Series E, and I hope you enjoyed the show as much as we did. Have a great rest of your weekend. From myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next week.